Viewers of DBS Radio, we are here at the House of Assembly, Parliament building on Victoria Street. Day number 2. Yesterday we were here as we brought you live the parade prior to the budget presentation. And of course, we brought you the budget presentation as well as delivered by Prime Minister and Minister with responsibility for finance, Roosevelt Skerrit, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. And even before he gave the budget presentation, we also brought you live the address from the We have brought you the address from the President of Dominica, His Excellency Charles Angelo Savre, DAH. It's a beautiful day today, a beautiful Wednesday, bright skies today. And as I speak, we see quite a few people coming in. But I'm here with Kewana Fontaine Wilson. Of course, as I said yesterday, it is important that we bring in this Creole element. Kewana, bonjour, good morning.
Bonjour Ivona, and spécial bonjour pour tout le monde qui a écouté et qui a regardé nous à Caille Parlement. Bon matin, comme Ivona dit, nous ici, deuxième jour pour présentation budget national, avec deuxième part présentation ça là, comme vous savez, c'est des parts. Premier ministre Roosevelt Skerrit qui a présenté l'adresse li, avec chef opposition, M. Lennox Lawrence, qui fait réponse li, quand ça est quoi, quand présentation budget national 2022-2023. Comme Ivona dit, c'est une belle journée, bel temps. Nous bien contents qui nous ici en Caille Parlement pour mener un deuxième pas. Ça c'est un pas qui est vraiment important. Nous avons besoin de connaître sa opposition contre ces budgets-là qui le Premier ministre Roosevelt Skerrit présenté. Et bien, nous voulons connaître sa opinion, si une pièce suggestion, si une pièce des autres opinions que ça Premier ministre a présenté. Mais quand nous avons parlé, nous avons plusieurs ministères qui ont entré actuellement. Nous avons plusieurs membres opposition. Qui aussi attendent session Caille Parlement pour eux même ça tan ça chef yo ni pour dit avec aussi les autres ministères gouvernement yo ja qu'a préparé pour voir occasion ça là mais session pas encore commencé nous on est ici pour informer quand ça exactement qui est en place ici aujourd'hui là Ivona avec une grande préparation comme on dit moun domniche c'est vletan sa chef opposition ici Lennox Linton qui a répond got budget là.
Definitely, Kiwana, and as we speak, we see Senator Caressa Revere making his way inside Parliament at this time, followed by Kent Edwards, who of course has responsibility as MP for the Laplin constituency. Kiwana, if we were to just look on the inside, quite a few parliamentarians are already seated. Of course, the proceedings will start at 10 o'clock. Now, what will happen is that the opposition leader, Lennox Linton, will give the rebuttal, and he'll be afforded the same time as the Prime Minister. Of course, he can choose if he want to shorten it, but he cannot go, he can lengthen it. So yes, so that will happen. And after the debate on the budget will start, of course, they will decide if they want to do it immediately after or take a break and then resume and start with the debate. So it should be very important what will be happening here today. Of course, yesterday we heard from the Prime Minister, we heard the budget address. At some point, we will get the opportunity to dissect it, to analyze the various parts in that budget on various programs. Of course, we can do that, but quite a lot came out from the budget presentation by the Prime Minister. So, Kewan, as I speak, we see more people coming in. Of course, we are on a different side now. Yesterday, we were at the portico entrance, and today we are more located on High Street, on the High Street entrance and at the parking lot as well. So quite a few parliamentarians are here for this budget rebuttal by opposition leader Lennox Linton. And then, as I said, the debate will begin.
Well, yesterday, nous tenions ici Enzo Irish, mais il parlait puis nous aujourd'hui là. Puis moi t'ai caché, nous savons parler quand valet budget là. Nous savons ici Irish. Yes, yeah, they don't see. That's right. But it's in excess of $1 billion. Plus qu'il y a $1 billion. I wanna somewhere aussi take a tan, c'est plusieurs l'argent ça là. C'est investissement à the infrastructural development. Ça c'est chimé, ça caille, ça bien important.
Definitely, this is important, Kiwana, especially when you consider our terrain and you know the enormous needs that we have still, you know, in this part of the region in this part of the Caribbean. So yes, infrastructural developments, health as well. I think the Prime Minister mentioned some enhancements in primary healthcare in particular. So a lot should be expected throughout this financial year, this fiscal year, coming from the budget. There are still projects, of course, from the last budget that are still being undertaken. So it doesn't mean that because a budget presentation is made, that all the promises and all the goals would be achieved, in that year. It can extend, and most times it extends, of course. So okay, why not we see more parliamentarians coming in? I see Shakira Lockhart Hippolyte, and we also see Greta Roberts, who has responsibility for the Grandford constituency, coming in. Kewana, the police are there in full force as well. And a very beautiful day, Kewana. A little different than yesterday around that time. I know the sun came out in all its glory at some point, but a little less clouds, although they are still hovering clouds, but no threat of rain.
Eh ben, nous avons projet qui reste comme ça, puis ça nous attend c'est bon finissement semaine ça là en tropical storm eh ben wave qui a affecté région. Comme ça nous espoir qui temps reste bien ben aujourd'hui eh ben nous que ça ouais session qui parlement en place sans pièce à difficulté quand nous ka parler nous ka voir chef opposition monsieur Lennox Linton et même parlement nous ka voir. All right. Non-parliament, the members of the opposition.
Oh yes. Opposition leader Lennox Linton, and we see Hector John, and following him is Mr. Daniel Luge, who is the MP for the Roseau North constituency. So they are going to take their seats now. Okay, when I just want to peep on the inside as we continue to speak. So more parliamentarians are inside. Very early, I saw the MP for the Cottage constituency, Senior Minister Reginald Austri. So he was here very, very early. And yes, so it should be a very interesting day today as we await the budget response. We call it the budget rebuttal. And that will signal the start of the debate on the budget. And that could go into days, Kewana, we know that, and into nights as well.
That's right.
Because normally, what I suspect that they do is try to wrap it up as quickly as possible. So they stay until the night, so sometimes 10 o'clock, even 11 o'clock, and even 12 o'clock. So we will see how long it will extend. Monday is a holiday, obviously. Monday is August Monday, Emancipation Day. Yes. So we will see how long it will go on for. But DBS Radio, of course, will continue to bring it to you as it unfolds.
Yesterday someone asked me, any fireworks? And usually there will be fireworks, during these debates. Mais nous avons espéré quand speaker du Parlement, monsieur Speaker du Parlement, monsieur Joseph Isaac, excusez-moi là, il take par les côtes comment c'est même Parlement ni formation, training, pour yo ça connaître ça qui rules, weg, du Parlement, et pour yo ça discuter. Plus meilleur pour nous ça ni en plus meilleure discussion qui plus respectable qui plus en ordre c'est ça nous voulons ouais oui monde qui a des différences en opinion puis ça c'est tous les deux côtés gouvernement et opposition mais ça pas veut dire il est toujours pour faire tout avec de respecter une l'autre.
Definitely, but then again, the debate takes on a new meaning. And in terms of the back and forth, in terms of the quarreling at time, that happens in Parliament. Yes. I mean, I remember as a little girl listening to Mike Douglas in the House, and it was not, an easy, it was, an easy thing to go through with Mike Douglas, and there are others as well, who always, bring up that element of debating in the House of Assembly. So this is one of the aspects of the House of Assembly, which I would say, which is okay. It keeps it interesting. Yeah. But when it goes above and beyond, that is when, of course, the maybe speaker would have to come in, and rules, of course, have to be adhered to. But the debate in the House is always something very, very interesting, Kiwana.
Okay, so I just heard the voice of a Minister for Housing. You can't miss that voice. Minister Reginald Austri. Il want to là avec les autres officiers, les autres dignitaires, les autres membres gouvernement, les autres membres travailleurs gouvernement qui want to dans le Parlement pour y participer avec écouter ça qu'a fait le Parlement aujourd'hui. Petit, quand il a vous savez plein tous ces membres Parlement, ces ministères, ils want to préparer pour 10 heures. Commencer 10 heures avec chef opposition, the rebuttal, qui fait présentation aujourd'hui là moi c'est Dominicain qui bien en écoute pour tan ça ni pour di cote ça.
Okay, well, and as you said that, I'm just remembering some of the terms used to describe budgets of the past. There was a time it was called a lazy man's budget, in terms of the response, of course, the rebuttal from the opposition leaders. There was a time it was called a lazy man's budget. We have heard of election budgets, and there were others as well, that really created some level of excitement, and some debates as well, among the populace, among the public. So I will look forward to exactly what the opposition leader has to say. And so as we continue, we see more vehicles coming in into the parking area. People are walking in. I'm not seeing the hats, Kiwana. So the hats really, of course, we know was for the grand, yes, the grand affair. That was yesterday. That was at the very first meeting of the third session of the 10th Parliament. Yes. So that was for yesterday. But now it's business as usual. And as I speak, we see Minister with responsibility for tourism, Denise Charles, making her way into Parliament. So a lot of exciting things happening in the Ministry of Tourism, Kiwana. And even speaking about this, very soon we should hear the launch of the World Creole Music Festival. So that is another major development that will fall under the office of the Ministry of Tourism. So the DDA and the DFC, of course, major stakeholders in all of that, major players in all of that.
Definitely, Ivona, nous connaissons l'importance ça fait tourisme en pays nous. Eh ben, je sais que c'est projet pour voir chimé Dominique, ça même qui bénéficie secteur tourisme puis nous connaissons important pour ces touristes là ça rouler ben service chimé nous qui a bonnes conditions, ils supposé bien confortable ben, tout ça c'est bien important. Mais quand on dit semaine ça là comme étant ministère dit, nous supposé lancer World Creole Music Festival, Fête Musique Creole mondial. Ça c'est quelque chose nous pas pour des années Ivona, 2 years. Des années avec moun ka respect pour la petite Covid nous parti ça nous ça célébrer Fête Musique Creole. Que ça année ça là nous ka pour dire qui nous ça ni opportunité là pour nous ça célébrer. Que ça semaine ça là nous qui yo lancer programme là pour Fête Musique Creole. Que ça nous certains qui ça qui je dis qui est bien intéressant qu'on y est Premier ministre Roosevelt Skerrit, il porte combien d'habitants il porte pour un habitant qu'a présenté ok plus que ça comme Ivona te dit chef opposition qui choisit s'il veut pour un instant ou bien si même instant puis il passe à aller plus temps qui Premier ministre Roosevelt Skerrit mais moi certain il qui est déjà préparé et moi certain il bien paré pour ça faire contribution pour budget national dans ça là.
Definitely, Kiwana. So if you're just tuning in, if you're just joining us, we are bringing you live the budget debate at the House of Assembly. The rebuttal of the opposition leader will start this off. But even before all this begins, of course, we're just giving you an idea as to what is happening. Parliamentarians are coming in, and we're sort of reviewing some of the activities that really took place yesterday. Yesterday was really all the fanfare with the music lovers government band and of course the police contingent. There were 2 troops from the police department and of course as well the fire and ambulance service department. So we had all of this yesterday, but it's really business now today, settling down to business. Of course, yesterday was business as well because obviously the Prime Minister delivered the budget. So that there was the budget address, and of course we also had the address from His Excellency, the President of Dominica, Charles Angelo Savre, DAH. So yesterday was big business, but now the debates will start today. And so we look forward to this. And I think it's almost 10 o'clock. Yes, it is 10 o'clock. So very soon, I'm seeing now the Minister for Health, Dr. McIntyre, making his way inside as well. So, no, I have not seen him. He could have passed at the other entrance. Of course, we are on the outside. We are on the outside, on the other side. So we are not sure who would be passing on the portico entrance. And quite a few people are coming in for the start of this here this morning. On DBS Radio, we are bringing this live to you right adjacent to DBS Radio on Victoria Street. So we see Emmanuel Nanton, Ambassador Nanton, making his way to Parliament. And everybody very busy, Kewana, because of course they realize the time now. So they're really stepping up to ensure that they get their seat.
Définitivement, nous sommes qui savent agriculture, tu as payé long attention pendant la présentation du budget national hier. Moi, tu as parlé de ça fait tourisme, mais moi, j'ai changé qui Premier ministre a parlé de qui COVID-19, comment il a affecté le tourisme, assez secteur qui souffre plus pour la petite affaire tourisme. Ça fait COVID-19. Comme ça, nous bien conscients qui COVID-19 pas d'aide nous tellement. Nous n'y pour garder toujours, nous n'y pour faire ça qui nous protéger contre toujours. Mais nous, ça garder devant bien positif. Qui nous assis route pour nous ça vivre assis pied nous ça fait tourisme.
Definitely. Kiwan, I'm seeing someone coming here. Is it Vado? Is it Vado?
Oh, my eyes, according to Felix. Yes, it is. it is. It is Vado, a very staunch supporter of the government, the Dominica Labour Party, dressed in red hat. I think she's the only one wearing a hat today, Ivona, and her red blazer and black dress. So she's here and she's making a statement. Definitely, always do.
Always making a statement and addressing is very representative of who she supports. And, if they would do something like that. But yeah, she continues to support. And as we speak, Kewana, who is coming in now, is, yes, Rosalind Paul, who has a responsibility for culture, for sports as well. So she has a very large portfolio. And she is followed by, I think, her PS. So quite a number, yes. Kira Paul, so quite a number, in fact, her daughter, yeah, as well. It's a daughter, yeah. So quite a number of parliamentarians coming in and other invited guests coming in. Vado is making a grand entrance at this time. And yes, taking her precious time. There's still some time. There are a lot of seats not taken as yet. Of course, yesterday we would have had more. We would have more. The former Speaker of the House, Alex Boyd Knights, I missed her. And yes, I did not see her yesterday, but I'm happy that I could see her today. But Kiana, very beautiful in terms of the foliage, in terms of the flower, the arrangements. Very, very beautiful in that section where we are now. And this large space, it really affords that opportunity, for the flora and the fauna and the greenery and the reds and all of this, Kiwana.
Mais comment dernier speaker qui parlement Alice Boyd Knights, moi ni changé qui moi certain il y a un groupe pour jouer toujours à de sa opération c'est en parlement puis si c'est un monde qui aime flair il y a un monde si un monde qui aime bien habillé avec présenter corps bien parlement c'est un gros pas à de développement du pays à en nation comme ça il bien important qui yo tienne parlement bien à dans bon état. Ivona, as we speak, we see the Speaker of the House making his entrance.
Yes, with the mace. I wonder how heavy it is. I was trying to see if I can lay my hands on it. It looks heavy, but we'll see. So the Speaker is now making his way inside Parliament, and very soon we should have this start. I think a prayer, the parliamentary prayer, will begin the proceedings. So the Speaker is making his way now up front. There's a hush inside Parliament in the House of Assembly as we get ready now to start. So very soon, of course, we will end the broadcast and ensure that we have everything covered as far as the agenda is concerned. So yes, Kewana, very lovely day for this occasion.
Quand nous avons parlé à Ivona, et quand nous avons prédit, quand on dit tout de suite nous qui arrêté, tant nous ici, nous qui
pleased to call important trust in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Almighty God, who in thy infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the officers of rulers and councils for the welfare of society and the just government of man, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor as thy servant, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in thy presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge, all which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. House resumes.
The leader of the opposition be granted the same time taken by the leader of the House, the Prime Minister, to respond.
Yes, you would have to move that in the motion that the it has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Lennox Linton, Leader of Opposition, be given equal time to the Honorable Prime Minister to respond to the budget. From my time in yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister started at 11:09 and finished at 1:37. So you can proceed. Let me just give you the exact time there. To 11:37, that is 2 hours and 32 minutes. Yes, you need to press yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Linton, one minute, 1 second.
You have a better podium for me, Mr. Speaker? Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me apologize, first of all, for not being here at the start of proceedings of this Parliament yesterday. As you would be aware, Mr. Speaker, I was ordered to attend court on the criminal charge of incitement. So, being a law-abiding citizen that I am, I dutifully obeyed the order of court. But I did return here in time to be present for a significant portion of the presentation of the 2022 national budget. The government's income and expenditure statement for the financial year, July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. As expected, it details how the government will raise its funds and where and how those funds will be used. Mr. Speaker, through the approval of Parliament, the budget is going to provide government with the money it needs to deliver its policies and run vital services in areas such as health, education, economic development, housing, livelihood sustainability, environmental protection, and public infrastructure. The budget impacts the economy at large and the everyday lives of all Dominican. Speaker, as Leader of the Opposition, I embrace the privilege granted by this Honorable House to question the estimates and to ask the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and other government ministers to justify the proposed revenue-raising measures, the expenditures, and the financial policies. Our oversight responsibility for public finances in this Honorable House constrains us to be concerned with whether or not the collection, control, and expenditure of public funds are in compliance with legislative authorizations. We must also concern ourselves with the adequacy and effectiveness of control systems that protect the state from loss, from waste, from misappropriation of funds, and instances where such loss, waste, or misappropriation have occurred or seem likely to occur. And Mr. Speaker, this important public interest responsibility often feels like an occupational hazard in this environment where not even the freedom of speech immunity, a benchmark of good parliamentary practice around the world, is allowed to enable opposition parliamentarians to carry out constitutional functions effectively, free from interference or impediment. And those benchmarks of properly functioning democratic legislatures teach us that Parliament shall have a reasonable period of time in which to adequately scrutinize and debate the proposed national budget. The time provided for the parliamentary opposition to prepare, to adequately scrutinize and debate the proposed national budget is once again this year woefully inadequate. I received the draft estimates for 2022-2023, a 460-page document at 10:25 p.m., almost the dead of night, Tuesday, 29th July 2022. The budget statement was delivered on July 26, completed at 1:37. And here am I this morning, less than 24 hours later, responding. Last year, the Speaker of the House championed a move from the other side that deprived the Leader of the Opposition of the privilege of responding to the 2021 budget statement of the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in accordance with settled practice spanning more than 40 years. And the Speaker was extremely proud and pleased with himself to do that because in his mind, the absence of the Leader of the Opposition from the House during the presentation of the 2021 budget statement was a breach of privilege deserving of draconian punishment. And so for the record of this Honorable House, let me state clearly that the Leader of the Opposition did not breach any privilege during the presentation and debate of the 2021 budget, and the punitive action taken by the other side was abusive and it was unjust. We learned from the publication Erskine May, commonly referred to as the Bible of Parliamentary Procedure, that parliamentary privilege is the sum of certain rights enjoyed by the House collectively and by members of the House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions. According to the Bible of Parliamentary Procedure, When any of these rights and immunities is disregarded or attacked, the offense is called a breach of privilege and is punishable by Parliament. The House also has the right to punish contempts. These are actions which, while not necessarily breaches of any specific privilege, obstruct or impede it in the performance of its functions or are offenses against its authority or its dignity. Mr. Speaker, in general, the House exercises its jurisdiction to punish in any event as sparingly as possible, and only when satisfied that to do so is essential in order to provide reasonable protection for the House, its members, or its officers from such improper obstruction of their respective functions. Categorically, Mr. Speaker, no right enjoyed by the House collectively and or by members of the House individually to allow for the effective discharge of their functions was disregarded or attacked by the opposition leader's absence from the chamber of the House during the presentation of the 2021 budget statement by the Minister of Finance. The opposition leader's absence from the chamber of the House during the presentation of the 2021 budget statement by the Minister of Finance did not obstruct, did not impede the House in the performance of its functions. The opposition leader's absence from the chamber of the House during the presentation of the 2021 budget statement by the Minister of Finance did not offend the authority or the dignity of the House. The opposition leader's absence from the chamber of the House during the presentation of the 2021-2022 budget statement by the Minister of Finance was therefore not a breach of privilege. It was not a contempt of the House. There was no improper obstruction or threat of obstruction likely to cause substantial interference with the performance of the House and its members. Accordingly, there was no need to invoke the penal jurisdiction of the House against a member whose conduct was impugned, unjustly impugned, simply for being absent from the House during the presentation of the 2021 budget statement. And using the misunderstanding of parliamentary privilege as a weapon of oppression against the parliamentary opposition is not justice and has no place in parliamentary conduct and procedure. In the immortal words of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, "O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason." In such partisan pettiness and vindictiveness, we undermine the collective responsibility shared by members of this Parliament for comprehensive scrutiny of government's administration of taxpayers' funds. And so it is that I came here today hoping and praying that good judgment and justice will not flee from the 2022 budget debate in Parliament, and that balance, harmony, and reciprocity will not elude us to the ends of justice. Mr. Speaker, I note that the reports of the Director of Audit for the fiscal years June 30th, 2020, the years ended June 30th, 2020 and June 30th, 2021, have been presented to the sitting of Parliament. This significant reduction of the backlog in the presentation of this important annual report represents a remarkable achievement by the Office of Director of Audit. It will greatly facilitate the exercise of responsible government in the control of the public purse. Parliament has given the Public Accounts Committee the responsibility to hold government accountable for the management of the public purse, a task which must be accomplished if the parliamentary system is to be meaningful and effective. Unfortunately, the responsibility given to the Public Accounts Committee carries no enabling authority to control the outcome of the accountability process. During the third session of this 10th Parliament, following its examination of reports of the Director of Audit on the Public Accounts for the fiscal years ending June 30 of 2018 and June 30 of 2019, the Public Accounts Committee requested a hearing with the Financial Secretary. The request clearly outlined 6 areas for review pertaining to the accounting responsibility of the Financial Secretary in the management of public finances. At the hearing on April 27th, 2022, the Public Accounts Committee did not receive satisfactory responses to queries on the collection and spending of public funds.
Honorable Member, I have not seen the relevance of this to the budget address for this financial period.
I am coming to that. I'm coming to that.
And again, if you are going to speak on behalf of the Public Accounts Committee, you are putting me in a precarious situation where I'm not sure what you're going to say, because you are now actually going to talk about an officer, and I have to protect the officer because I'm not sure what you're going to say.
Mr.
No, I would ask you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the two of us can't stand at the same time, Mr. Speaker.
No, his mic is off.
No. The rules are the rules. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member, is this on or off? Yes. Right. The member was just addressing the House, and you, Mr. Speaker, were making certain points which are valid. But I think the simple point is that the address that the honourable member was seeking to make at this point in time is a matter in relation to a select committee, the Public Accounts Select Committee. The rules are that the committee must report to the House in a formal manner. So whatever he wishes to say, he may say it, but not in that form. He cannot say it here and now. It must be said as a report from the committee to the House. It cannot be said as part of a contribution to a debate.
Yes, let me just comment on it, Honorable Linton. I've said before, in regards to reports, for example, the auditor's report, the Standing Orders Committee report, any report, it has to be distilled at the committee stage before it is brought to the committee of the whole House. And therefore, we cannot, in a budget response,
Take a line of actually distilling the report before the other members have agreed on what is going in the report. So I would ask you, do not go in this line. Yeah. So proceed. But no, that's why your mic is off, but that's why I said touch. Yeah, hold on one sec, just leave it green.
I'm just seeking to make the point that even if the rest of the committee had a different view to that which the member, for example, would wish to put forward, he would still be able to do so within the process that is provided for. It would simply be a minority.
Yes, but I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying that, but everyone in the committee would know what the report has in it. And that's my point. So you cannot you cannot come to your budget response talking about the proceedings of a committee and they have not agreed in a formal way. So I would ask you to not to go in this direction. So proceed, but do not go in this direction.
I haven't said anything yet, you know. I don't know what the fear is about, and I don't know what all of this selective knowledge of the rules is about. We sat down yesterday in this house, in this honorable house, and we violated Standing Order 73, subsection 73. We violated it, right? We openly violated
Are
it.
you standing on a point of order? Because I would prefer you continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am.
Yes. Are you standing on a point of order?
I'm exercising the immunity granted to parliamentarians around the world of free speech.
Yes, but I have no problem with this. I'm asking you, are you standing on a point of order, or are you going to proceed?
I'm standing on point of order. This is my time. I am on the floor.
Because you have the book in your hand, the standing order book is in your hand, so I'm asking you.
Mr. Speaker, I can have the standing order book in my hand at any time. You're going to dictate.
So proceed.
Is that what's going to happen for the rest of the morning?
No, I'm asking you to proceed because I do not want to impede your momentum.
Standing Order 73. Standing Order 73 says, in the case only of the estimates of expenditure for the financial year, the debate on the resolution shall be adjourned for a date to be named by the minister responsible for finance. ENWS is the minister responsible for finance now. All right, let's proceed.
Proceed.
Yeah, proceed. So, okay, Mr. Speaker, let me just make the point. As we debating the 2022-23 budget, that excellence in government, competence in the performance of the duties of government depends on the integrity and the willingness and the ability of individuals in key public service positions to obey the rule of law. In the absence of such capacity, capability, and commitment, the system of public service delivery of the fruits of good, just, righteous development of the people for the people is subverted and broken, making it impossible to root out the illegalities and irregularities that trigger destruction. Our nature Isle of Beauty, or Isle of Splendor, is blessed to be a better country than that. That is why I fully expected that after 21 years of budgets that missed the mark of building the best Dominica for all the children of Dominica, that this year's budgets would be grounded in the realities of today's need for change. And I want to cite a few examples. Example number one is electoral reform. We need change in the electoral process, which the Caribbean Court of Justice, CCJ, believes is tainted. Quote, there remain areas of grave concern about how the process of these 2019 elections was conducted. Future elections in Dominica ought not to proceed with these or similar taints, end of quote. Parliament, the highest decision-making body in the state, simply cannot ignore the advice of our highest court that the country's electoral process must be fixed and purged of all taints before the next general election. Because this is precisely what the nation needs to ensure free and fair elections with integrity that secures the legitimacy of government of the people, by the people, for the people, as the backbone of our democracy. So let us be sure that the $1 million estimated for electoral reform in this year's budget is adequate to meet expenses to be incurred in ensuring equal access opportunities, adequate facilities, and competent registering officers for voter registration all over the country, cleaning the voters list through total re-registration, issuing ID cards for voting, establishing equal access to state-owned and other media for all political parties, regulating the financing of election campaigns, and strict enforcement of provisions in our election laws against bribery, cheating, and other election offenses. We must also provide, in this year's budget, $200,000 for the investigation recommended by the Caribbean Court of Justice into a judicial decision to set aside an election petition in light of our failure to find Kenisha Etienne, who disappeared on June 17, 2022, must address the need for change in the search and rescue resources of Dominica. We must approve a minimum of $250,000 for search and rescue drones and K9 units. This budget needs to provide $400,000 for the establishment of a family court and strict enforcement of the provisions of sexual offenses, of the Sexual Offences Act, especially with respect to the protection, safety, security, and welfare of our children. This budget needs to provide $450,000 for full-scale investigation into the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, given allegations.
Honorable Member, what is the relevance? I've given you a leeway, but I'm not seeing the relevance to the, estimates.
I'm saying what I would like to see provided for in this budget that we're debating, the 2022-2023 budget. Again, Mr. Speaker, the budget needs to provide $450,000 for full-scale investigation in the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, given allegations of misconduct as follows: collusion in the kidnap, torture, forced transfer, and unlawful detention of Indian diamond trader and Antigua and Barbuda economic citizen Mehul Choksi. Sit down, sit down. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, both mics are off. So I'm asking both members to take their seat. Honorable Douglas, stand on the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to know where is the leader of the opposition going with all this wanton, Mr. Speaker, alleging improper motives, Mr. Speaker, against persons who are not here, Mr. Speaker, to defend themselves, Mr. Speaker. That is really what I want to find.
Recommendations of things to be done.
Conflicting reports from the leadership of the police force.
The mic is off, but hold on 1 second. That's why I'm asking what is the relevance. In the first instance, when you were going in the direction of the financial secretary, I was trying to indicate to you you'd be imputing improper motive. Here again, you are bringing the actual police force
into this
and imputing improper motive on the police force.
You cannot do that.
Yes, I agree it's a budget debate, so that's why I've been trying to at least give you leeway. But you are actually not irrelevant and you're imputing improper motive. What should I do in a situation like this? We can raise concerns, but we should not be imputing improper motive while raising concerns. So, member, I'm asking you, even if you say allege, is what you are saying. So, member, I've ruled, proceed.
The conflicting reports, Mr. Speaker, from the leader.
The mic is off. Honorable Hector John, I will not tolerate this in this honorable house. This disrespect will not be allowed. And if you, as a matter of fact, it's been heard in the chamber. And if you try to do this again, showing disrespect to the chair and the honorable house, we'll have to ask you to leave this house. Again, proceed, Honorable Lennox Linton. Your member is disturbing you and distracting the house.
The 2022-2023 budget must provide $1 million for the development and implementation of a peace plan to address rising crime and violence, claiming the lives of young men in particular, seemingly at war with each other, and the national safety, security, and social stability issues arising from this deeply troubling situation. The 2022-2023 budget must provide $300,000 to deal with what the chief of police has described as threats to national security, and others have referred to as racketeering, organized crime in the Ministry of National Security.
But again, I mean, honorable member, this is imputing improper motive to the highest degree.
Withdrawn. The United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, brings a renewed commitment to the processes, systems, parameters, and design responsibilities of national development. We will innovate, create, deliver solutions around a whole range of national development issues, because for more than 2 decades, the national budgets of this administration have focused on designing and upgrading tools that build dependency, deepen poverty, and dumb down the native population to secure longevity in public office. Citizens of Dominica, the urgent priority of now is to diligently question the sources of our national development problems and design policies and programs for human development results. Let us dig up the history of the past 20 years, and let us face up to the painful legacies of those 2 decades that loom large as the big stone in the road, the go wash, Ashimea. In this budget cycle, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet of Ministers is seeking to give legitimacy to a budget plan which excludes large amount of state revenues derived from the sale of passports. They're once again trying to normalize the unconstitutional existence of 2 treasuries, one de jure, one de facto, 2 sources of national income spending.
That clearly is imputed in proper motive, Mr. Speaker. And the issue of 2 treasuries is further strengthens my point that the statement made by the leader of the opposition is imputed improper motives, and he should be asked to withdraw it. I'm being very patient this morning, Mr. I've been asked to behave, and I
Honorable Minister, I agree with you, and that's what I've been doing, being very patient, and I don't know if it's deliberate in regards to imputing improper motive. I'm asking you to withdraw this again, so you can proceed.
With all the authority vested in this Parliament as the highest decision-making body in this parliamentary democracy, it has no say in the collection and spending of passport money that has been privatized into the control of foreign friends of the administration who are basking in the glory of exchanging our citizenship for cash in international markets. This clear and present
This is the biggest height of imputing improper motive again. Honorable Linton.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on.
Mr. Speaker.
Just one sec. I am really exercising the highest level of patience because I know that you know that all what I have pointed out there is imputing improper motive. Now, when you have ruled before, and I said, as members of parliament, we cannot say our state is selling passport. You did that again. Now you are actually saying now, people in the public is actually peddling passport for cash. I mean, if this is not imputing improper motive, what is it? I'm trying my best because I really honestly, I think for us to have a healthy democracy, we need to have different ideas and different views. So that's why I'm not asking you to take your seat, because I honestly want you to debate the matter with relevance and not imputing improper motive. So please, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
This job is supposed to be easier than what it is. But hold on, Mr. Honorable Linton. But you guys, you are making it so difficult because you know what is right and what is wrong. But you insist in doing it. Please proceed. But again, be minded of the relevance and the imputing improper motive. You know better than this.
all I'm interested in is us obeying the constitutional rule of law and having all of Dominica's income in a single consolidated fund where it is collected and from where it is spent for the people's business through the formal budget cycle subject to parliamentary oversight. The nation recalls that in the Dominican Official Gazette of Thursday, March 14, 2019, pages 87 to 121, there was a report from the Financial Secretary, successful applicants under the Citizenship by Investment Program. All of 3,961 of them for the period August 2018 to December 2018, 5 of the first 6 months of the financial year 2018-2019. That disclosure, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, raised red flags about the apparent shortfalls in CBI revenues reported for 2018-2019. There has been no such disclosure in the Gazette since. Why? The Finance Minister promised answers to the $1.2 billion discrepancy in the 2018-2019 CBI revenue numbers. And while we wait for the answers to that, according to the Prime Minister, while we wait for answers that, according to the Prime Minister, will put the leader of the opposition to shame, much more is coming to light about Dominica's passport revenues that do not come into the Treasury of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the price of a certificate of naturalization, the amount of money that has to be paid for a certificate of naturalization is $679.23. East 250 US dollars. Every person getting Dominican citizenship, whether they apply individually or whether they apply as part of a family, whether they apply under the Economic Diversification Fund option, whether they apply under the Special Housing option, whether they apply under the real estate option, must have a certificate of naturalization for which money is paid. And Mr. Speaker, there is a difference between a statement of fact and truth and an imputation of improper motives. In 2016-2017, pass your estimates here, please. 2016-2017. Yeah. These estimates of revenue and expenditure for that year indicated that Dominica collected $2,701,480 from certificate of naturalization under the CBI program. I was asked yesterday, or it was stated yesterday in this house, that I went to the grammar school for a limited period of time, maybe even on Good Friday and Boxing Day. But I was there for long enough to know that if $2,701,480 was received from certificate of naturalization. And the certificate of naturalization fee is $679.23. If I divide the $2,701,480 by $679.23, I will get the number of persons who got citizenship of Dominica. It's as simple as that. And when we use those numbers from the estimates presented to this Honorable House and approved in the past 4 years, we find citizenships issued to 3,977 persons in 2016-2017, 7,906 persons in 2017-2018, 3,386 persons in 2018-2019, and 8,525 persons in 2019-2020, for a total of 23,794 citizens over the period 2016-2017 to 2019-2020. How much money did we get from those citizens? Well, over the period, we received 1.2 billion. But when we take the average amount of revenues that the Prime Minister indicated to us in November of 2020 we're receiving from each citizenship, we find it is in the region of $227,572.78, and 23,794 citizens, giving you an average of $227,572.78, means you have revenues of $5.4 billion, from which 1.2 came into the Treasury, leaving a balance that has not come in to Dominica of $4.2 billion. $4.2 billion means approximately $60,000 for each of the 70,000 Dominicans. The evidence is that it has not reached the Treasury of Dominica yet. I impute no improper motives when I state as a fact that this money has not reached the Treasury yet, because we have not, all we have in respect of that period is $1.2 billion. With this $4.2 billion in the Consolidated Fund of Dominica, whenever they decide to bring it, we can dramatically alter the state of our economic affairs. We can build an international airport. We can pay down our public debt with $1 billion contribution in this financial year. We can provide cost of living relief for $200 million. We can energize the economic engines with $500 million. We can provide a disaster reserve fund of $500 million. And we can create a sovereign wealth fund of $1 billion. That's what we want to see happen in Dominica. That's why we question these numbers. That's why we need to be sure that the members on the other side know exactly what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, I said in this parliament during the budget debate of July 2020 that on or about the 9th of June 2020, the Cabinet of Dominica met and agreed to the rental of a palatial mansion at Mont Daniel from Mercury Properties Development Limited for the accommodation of the Prime Minister. The amount agreed was $32,000 per month, $384,000 per year. And just trying to be helpful in ensuring that things are done right, I drew Parliament's attention to the fact that this amount was not included in the 2020-2021 expenditure estimates before the House for spending approval. Under head D30, Office of the Prime Minister, Prime Minister's official residence, there was an amount of $387,000 $597 to cover wages, supplies, materials, operating and maintenance costs, professional and consultancy services, insurance, sundry expenses, and other machinery and equipment. This put the annual cost the state was required to pay for the Mondaniel property at $771,598 or $64,300 per month. But no request was made for parliamentary approval to spend the $32,000 per month on the rental of a residence for the Prime Minister. Indeed, in that year, 2020, 2021, there was no line item rental of assets in the expenditure estimates for the Prime Minister's office. That line item surfaced for the first time in the 2021-2022 estimates, where a request was made for approval of $384,000 for rental of assets, understood to mean the Mondaniel residence. The 2021-2022 estimates confirmed, and this was approved by the majority votes. All of the members of the other side voted for the estimates to be approved. But go back and look at what we approved. It confirms that there was no authorized budget for rental of assets, namely the Prime Minister's residence, in 2020-2021, and therefore no lawful authority to spend any public money for that purpose. On November 29th, 2021, this Honorable House approved the supplementary appropriations for the fiscal year 2020-2021, the same year. There was no supplementary appropriation for the Prime Minister's office in respect of the rental of the Mondaniel residence or at all. The Prime Minister's office did not feature in the supplementary appropriations that came before this House on November the 29th, 2021. Lo and behold, in the 2022-2023 expenditure estimates now before us, it is stated that there was authorization for and spending of $224,000 on rental assets, meaning the Mondaniel residence, in 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, the record of this Parliament is clear that Parliament was not asked to, and therefore never approved, any spending of public money to rent the Mondaniel palatial mansion for the Prime Minister in 2020-2021. Payment of monies in excess of amounts authorized by Parliament is a violation of Section 45B of the Finance Administration Act, punishable by surcharge of 10% of the annual income of the responsible public officer. How can a whole cabinet of 18 ministers agree among themselves on spending $32,000 a month to rent a residence for the head of cabinet and fail or refuse or just couldn't care to get the required approval of Parliament for the very first year of the lease? What message does that send to public officers required to obey the rule of law in the various roles and responsibilities in the administration of public finances? Mr. Speaker, we don't expect that anyone will be surcharged, according to the provisions of law. But we do expect that before the end of this sitting, there will be a supplementary appropriation to cover the unauthorized spending of $224,000 of public money on the Mondaniel palatial residence of the Prime Minister in 2021-2022, albeit 13 months after the close of that financial year. Against the background of failures like these, the boasts of expertise in handling public finances to the satisfaction of multilateral institutions around the world disappear in painful mockeries of the truth. We need to get it right. We need to do things right. And on this side, we are just trying to be helpful, committed as we are to the ideal of making this parliament a shining example of integrity in public duty, especially in the stewardship of public finances. Mr. Speaker, at June 30th, 2022, Dominica's public debt was $1,556,382,494, as stated at page 2 of the 2022-2023 estimates. $1,556,382,494. Gross domestic product, the total value of goods and services in the economy of Dominica, reported at market prices in the 2022-2023 estimates, is $1,473,170,000. This means, Mr. Speaker, that Dominica's debt to GDP ratio is 106%. Our debt is 106% of our GDP. You didn't hear that from the Prime Minister yesterday. He gave you the numbers, but he didn't give you the indicator, the performance indicator. And nobody asked him why. I guess you're not interested either. Because, Mr. Speaker, you see, whenever we review economic performance of this government over the past 2 decades, there are tall tales and the allegations comparing debt to GDP ratios under the UWP and the DLP administrations. So, Mr. Speaker, before any more of those erroneous tales from the other side, let's set the record straight on debt to GDP for Dominica from the country data files of the International Monetary Fund, 1995 to 2020. Under the UWP, 1995, debt to GDP 57.4%, 1996, 53.7%, 1997, 47.7%, 1998, 56.3%, 1999, 61.8%, an average over the 5 years of 55.4% debt to GDP. Under the DLP, according to the International Monetary Fund, country data files, 2000, 68.9%, 2001, 98.5%, 2002, 97.9%, 2003, 94.9%, 2004, 86.2%, 2005, 82%, 2006, 77.4%, 2007, 71.8%, 2008, 64.4%, 2009, 62.5%, 2010, 66.8%, 2011, 69.7%, 2012, 73.1%, 2013, 73.9%, 2014, 72.1%, 2015, 68.9%, 2016, 75.3%, 2017, 80.2%, 2018, 84.6%, 2019, 94.7%, 2020, 107, 108.7%, 2021, 106%. Debt to GDP. I turn now, Mr. Speaker, to the 2022-2023 estimates, proposed expenditure, $1,216,395,499 to be met by revenue of $1,133,514,938, which will leave the government with $82,880,561 less income than it needs for its expenses. But how realistic are these proposals presented for the approval of the Parliament? While the main assumptions behind the revenue estimates in particular are unknown, there are some mathematical impossibilities presented by some projections that provoke distrust. According to the IMF Article 4 report issued in February 2022, GDP contracted by 11% in 2020. Quote, the output decline driven by sharp reduction in tourism and related sectors was contained by strong growth in the construction sector stemming from large public investment programs through 2020-2021, financed by exceptionally high revenue from the Citizenship by Investment CBI program. The IMF goes on to say, despite record CBI revenue, the sharp decline in tax revenue and increase in health spending and social transfers led to large fiscal deficits in 2020 and 2021 and caused public debt to peak at an estimated 106% of GDP in 2020. The current account deficit estimate remained high at around 30% of GDP in 2020-2021, owing to the loss of tourism exports and an increase in imports related to higher public investment and commodity prices, despite a decline in private demand for goods, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the highlight of exceptionally high record CBI revenues of over 400 million in 2020-2021 by the IMF was instructive, given the average CBI revenues of $303 million per year reported for July 2016 to June 2020. We were in 2016-2020, 2016-2017, 491.2 million. 2017-2018, 305.4 million. 2018-2019, 224.3 million. And 2019-2020, 182.4 million. So then we come to 2020-2021, and we see a remarkable jump to $448 million. But that $448 million, is coming from the grant of passports to 531 people. Certificate of naturalization revenue again, 360,796 for the year, 531 persons, but revenues from the CBI of 448 million, which means that in 2020-2021, this government is saying that they received per citizen under the Citizenship by Investment Program $843,333 per citizen, or $310,403 US. They project for 2020-21 citizenships to 285 persons. But the revenue this time is even higher. $452,690,895, or do the math, $1,586,955 per citizen. These are not my numbers, you know. These are your numbers. You send the estimates to us, we've read them. And these are the numbers coming from the estimates that the government has presented to this parliament for consideration. The revenue from citizenship by investment certificate of naturalization in 2021-2022 is $193,754. Divided by $679.23, 285 citizens, yielding CBI revenues according to this document that we have now been asked to approve, $1,586,955 per citizen, or $584,105 US dollars, $500,000 US dollars per citizen in 2021-2022. So we come now to the projections for this financial year. It is the position of this government that they're going to raise $210,791 from certificate of naturalization. Divide it again by $679.23, 310 citizens. What is the revenue? $492,154,103 per citizen. $1,585,852, or $583,699 US dollar per citizen in 2022, 2023. That makes sense to any of you? It makes sense to you? I'm not taking that, you know. I'm not taking it because it's not right. Okay? The maximum CBI revenue per citizen, maximum, is made up as follows. The EDF contribution of 100,000 US dollars. The application fee of $1,000. The due diligence fee of $7,500. The certificate of naturalization fee of $250. And the expedited passport issue fee of $1,200. If you add those together, you will get $109,950 US dollars. That is the most that you can make from any citizen under the economic citizenship program. Yet this government is telling us that this year, the revenue projection of $492.1.2 million, which is 55% of the recurrent budget, is going to come from 310 citizens, giving them each $583,699 US dollars per person from a program that cannot deliver any more than $109,950 US dollars per person. What it means is that you have, without more, because you may have an explanation, you may be able to show us where this extra money is coming from. You may be able to tell us that this money was there all along. No, we are not exchanging citizenships for 500,000 US dollars per citizen. The price is still at the maximum level, $109,950. However, there's some money that we had. We didn't bring it in yet, so we're bringing it in now. I don't know where it was. You didn't want to call it a treasury a while ago, but the evidence that you're presenting to this House suggests that there's money from the sale of citizenship that is somewhere else. Recurrent revenue, Mr. Speaker, in this budget, $896,206,889. Capital revenue, $237,278,049. Total, $1,133,514,938. The recurrent expenditure is 650 million. The capital expenditure, 566.5 million. Total expenditure, 1,216,395,499. We spoke a while ago of the financing gap of $82,880, $82,880,561. But the CBI revenue, the recurrent revenue, includes CBI revenues, which this estimates, calculate at 492.2 million, which is based on citizenships to 310 citizens at 1.6 million almost per citizen. That cannot be used. If there is no explanation for this number, we cannot use it as a projection. We have to correct it down to the maximum amount, even the maximum amount you could get from a citizen, which is $298,723.15. That's the translation from the 109,950 US. It's equivalent to EC $298,723,015. And that will only give you not $492.2 million. It will give you $96.2 million. That's what you will get. So this honorable House, based on the estimates you have presented, needs to show the House where the remaining $399,549,973 is coming from. Where is it coming from? Because it cannot come from the exchange of our passports at the prices that are listed for the program and known around the world. It cannot. It's impossible. So if these are monies belonging to Dominica that are somewhere else, you may not want to say that in the treasury. You may just want to say they are in escrow. You may want to use whatever fancy term you want. The evidence of these estimates is that all the money from the sale of citizenship over the years has not been coming into the treasury. You must tell us why not and what you've been doing with it. And I will say no more on that because I don't want to be interrupted for stating facts that are interpreted as imputing improper motives. The public sector investment program, Mr. Speaker. The capital expenditure budget for this financial year, 566.4 million, an increase of more than 127.6 million, or 29% over the 438.8 million approved for 2021-2022. Last year, the actual public sector investment spend was 331.9 million, 106 million or 24% less than the budgeted amount. And of course, some of the ministries overachieved. They spent more than what was budgeted for them, and others underachieved. Just a few highlights. We didn't get anything done under the item electoral reform, electoral reform. 300,000 was budgeted there, nothing was spent. So that was zero. And then you had people who were using the money, people who used the money that was approved for them, like the trade, commerce, and enterprise, 97%. The blue-green economy, agriculture, 98%. You have the health ministry, 105% of the money that was approved last year spent. The environment, 102%. Planning, economic affairs, 114%. But then, of course, you had the underachievers, those who didn't spend much at all. And you wonder why it is that that happened. Was it because they sacrificed the little they had for others to get more? For example, the housing ministry, 125% of the budget spent in 2021-22, even though the overall spend on the public sector investment program was down $106.9 million. But Mr. Speaker, you know, the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport is responsible for one of the most important growth engines of the economy. Of the $6 million, Mr. Speaker, weaved into the 2021-22 budget to build the income earning capacity of the tourism industry, the ministry only spent 2.4 million, or 41%. 41%. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you straight, I'm not taking that, because the Minister of Tourism can do better than that. The allocation this year is $15.3 million for that vital ministry. I don't know whether the minister is the one responsible for the longest cable car in the world project, which the Prime Minister says will cost $148.5 million. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the minister will contact us about the Three Lakes project, which is where this cable car they're seeing it will come from. We know all the intricacies and the sulfuric atmosphere up there that can affect certain kinds of. You need to talk to us. Mr. Speaker, the public sector investment program under housing, I mentioned to you that it spent 125% of the amount that was budgeted, largely because of a 562% increase of the budgeted amount, 562% spending increase over budget of $6 million. We spent an additional 27.7 million. 27.7 million. But Mr. Speaker, that caused on Dominica's housing recovery program. That's a World Bank funded program. I think maybe they had a lot of money that came through in that year, and that's how it came down. Right? But we have the public sector investment project, sustainable housing, 1,000 homes, which emerged in the wake of Hurricane Maria in 2017. It carried a total cost of $49,849,719 in the 2020-2021 estimates. 19 million was spent in 2018-2019. 8.8 million was spent in 2019-2020. 3.7 million in 2020-2021. $706,575 in 2021-2022, and a total of $32,222,462 spent as of June 30th, 2022. But just when we were thinking that we paid 65% of the total costs and therefore had a legitimate expectation that 650 of the 1,000 homes would have been completed and delivered, the total cost in these 2022-2023 estimates takes a 26% jump to $62,940,434. What exactly is the status of this project. What is the reason for the cost increase on a 5-year-old contract? How many of the 1,000 homes have been built? Where are these completed homes? When will the project be completed? One final point on housing, Mr. Speaker, just to say that we have a largely partisan housing program that is deliberately isolating productive young people from family farms in rural areas and bunching them up in apartment complexes. Think now of what we are sowing with this housing revolution and what we will reap from it in that specific regard. Now, Mr. Speaker, we need to do a reality check. Responsible, caring government in Dominica at this time must of necessity mean moving citizens from welfare to work through large increase in employment opportunities. Revenues from citizenship must be channeled towards small and medium scale businesses, farm households that have not shared proportionately in the sovereign wealth that has been diverted from mainstream income. This 2022-2023 budget must address current practical challenges being faced by the country. I know, Mr. Speaker, with all the talk of elections coming and so on, this is the season of self-praise, boasts, tall stories about prudent management of financial resources. It's a time of expected claims from the other side about building on a mercilessly trampled past, about solidifying a present imprisoned behind the bars of victimization and securing a future trapped in unending nightmares. The presenter of the 2022-2023 budget is obviously not aware of it and therefore needs to look into it. But these are times of despair where agriculture has been brought to its knees, where tourism is virtually on its knees as well. There are agro-processing has been bludgeoned almost to death. Small businesses are being strangled. The hopes and aspirations of Dominicans, particularly those who stand up to defend their country, are being sacrificed. The altar of greed. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it is easy in these times of despair to forget the Dominica which existed at the turn of the millennium. We were a nation standing bright, shining bright, filled with opportunities, filled with nation building projects, and filled with confidence in our future as an independent nation. Now we have a business landscape that resembles a wasteland, gutted by a kakistocracy. The private sector in Dominica has been in very serious decline since 2015. In 2015, the economy was hit with the exogenous shock of Tropical Storm Erika, which devastated the island's infrastructure and accelerated the destruction of the village economies. Government started to replace the critical infrastructure and latched on to the vote capture political model that replaced the once vibrant village economy with social safety net programs engineered to build dependency by broadening and deepening poverty. In 2017, the country was devastated by Hurricane Maria. Critical infrastructure, as well as 100% of homes, were either destroyed or received substantial damage. The government embarked on its largest public sector investment program to rebuild critical infrastructure and housing. This program of spending should have created a short-term boost in economic activity. However, it was highly partisan. There were no public tendering processes, and most, if not all, of the projects went to foreign-owned companies in special no-bid arrangements. Further, only a relatively small fraction of the labor, which averages at about 40% of the cost of construction of these projects, along with very small raw material purchases, went through citizens of Dominica into the domestic economy. Outsiders were handed the lion's share of the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on Dominica's public sector investment projects annually for the benefit of their economies. All of these projects were duty-free projects, starving the government of its own revenue. Interestingly, the large majority of them were CBI-funded projects through CBI agent arrangements. Therefore, the government funded projects from citizenship revenues using agents who made money from the citizenship revenues and then got a deal from the government to do the project tax-free. At the end of the day, the country received the infrastructure and the VAT levied on the few local importers and or contractors. These projects were never intended to have the necessary multiplier effect in the economy that is generally expected and achieved around the world. So although there are buildings and there are bridges, there was by design no real economic impact from this huge expenditure of public money. Then COVID hit, March 2020. The world woke up to the harsh realization that we were in a global pandemic. The knee-jerk response was to shut down the world's slave lives as best as possible. The economic impact was sudden and it will be long-lasting. The results are that our domestic economy, already severely battered, came to a screeching, painful halt. Further challenges came in 2022 with the war in Ukraine, which exacerbated the supply chain challenges brought on by the pandemic, lockdowns, and hikes in the price of petroleum, which is priced into almost every product and service. The result is global inflation. Yes, inflation. And as a largely import country, we import galloping inflation wholesale into an already weak and failing economy. Currently, we are seeing unprecedented closure of small and medium-sized entities as the government has been unwilling and unable to meet the domestic challenges head-on. It continues to move forward steadfastly, a public sector investment program that was never designed to be the real foundation of economic activity. The administration has been unwilling and unable to provide qualitative easing policies outside of extending its social safety net programs in a highly partisan manner, even though the intention seems to have the entire country, with the exception of the privileged few friends and supporters, on welfare and unable to work. Economic activity must be created through the private sector. Paid gratuitous lip service as the engine of growth by this administration for the past 22 years. Indeed, the policies that government has maintained to keep the private sector and the population on the manners have only drawn out the bitter suffering towards the same death. People are bawling, as the Sun newspaper said. Number one, the policy of importing goods at little to no duties. Instead of economic policy action to ensure the people of Dominica are earning enough money to feed themselves, government moved to help people to feed themselves through imports from family and friends overseas. On its face, that's great. Nothing wrong with that. It's noble. until you recognize the potential negative impact on the state's traditional revenue streams in order to facilitate vote catching march to dependency and away from self-reliance. The system, Mr. Speaker, was originally open to anything that was contained in an incoming barrel. The administration, after a few years, has since pulled back on that in 2022 and has directed customs to clamp down on the barrel business with more thorough analysis and imposition of taxes. And that because some struggling, unemployed recipients of barrels were trying to help themselves in these harsh economic times. They put some other items in the barrels and they went to the side of the road to retail them in direct competition to established businesses who had to pay duty, to pay VAT, income taxes, and they had to pay employees as well. Consequently, we saw sales migrating from the established private sector or segments of it to a special little tax-free retail sector spawned by government's failure to grow the economy and create sustainable employment. The effect was contraction in key segments of the established tax-paying private sector because the players could not compete. They simply were being punished for establishing correctly and operating within the rules, and the very custodian of those rules, the government, was the architect of their demise. Goods sold in smaller quantities in established businesses because the price was higher. As a result, imports decreased, and now there are widespread shortages of basic items everywhere. This is because there are just some things that cannot be imported in a barrel, and there isn't any liquidity or sales to make the bulk purchases. So it is not working. It is not working for the established private sector, and it is not working for the dynamic Dominica private sector model either. Everybody's under pressure. And government is happy to straddle the fence and preside over the demise. More business and economic failures equals less sustainable employment, equals more poverty, equals more dependency, equals more begging government to survive, equals more partisan government handouts, equals more votes to buy. Number two, no leadership in the financial sector after Maria and COVID. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector was basically left to its own devices after both of these exogenous shocks. After Maria, the largest insurance company left many Dominicans in the wind. Not one public statement, not one investigation, no hope or redress in a regulated space where the government had to have known that the insurer would fall, would fail, or at the very least was operating at higher risk than the regulators permitted. Further, banks and credit unions had no common policy on how they approached their lending portfolio after such a massive shock. They simply contracted lending and starved recovery. The latter further exacerbated by COVID, where everyone got a few months off on mortgage payments, but there was no real strategy of assessing the critical sectors affected by the COVID lockdowns to really estimate and plan for expected credit losses. The financial institutions simply went back to steady state after lockdowns ended, and they pretended like it never happened and expected everybody to pay their loans in the same way. But the world changed. Everything changed. Even today, banks and credit unions are still in the wind trying to fight over a larger share of a shrinking pie. The effect of that course of action, that non-performing loans at an all-time high as persons' economic circumstances are materially different from when the loans were granted. Financial institutions have become collection agencies, so they're not pressed to change the fundamentals of the loan to meet this new dispensation because They want to show the income from these overpriced loans. The knock-on effect, Mr. Speaker, is that lending is restricted, which cripples economic growth. The income banks are claiming isn't collectible in the short term because people aren't able to afford it. And as persons see their liability rise or unable to move materially, even with the effort to service, confidence in the space dwindles. Planned expansions are put on hold, hiring halts, plans and programs stall, and that further depresses the macroeconomic growth recovery. People are bawling. Mr. Speaker, inflation. Inflation cannot be left to its own devices, even in a small economy like Dominica. We are largely an import country, which means that we import the world's inflation in goods through the increased price of products and increased price of transportation. To compound this problem, the price of petroleum is at stratospheric levels, and that is priced into every good and service. This is largely outside of the control of a small island government, even with its best efforts. However, pretending that it doesn't exist or does not have an effect isn't helping either. Government takes 18 cents on every dollar of petrol sold at its regulated price. It allows a 4 cents on the dollar on the petrol dollar margin to both the wholesaler and the retailer. In other words, the government makes 10 cents more from every petrol dollar spent by the consumer than the wholesalers and the retailers combined. Yet, it forces the same wholesalers and retailers to finance a petroleum subsidy we heard about yesterday to reduce its regulated price by 60 cents per gallon. Mr. Speaker, in such a crisis, a subsidy must of necessity mean a subsidy. The government cannot play big bad bully and impose a subsidy on fuel that it doesn't pay for. It is that plain, and it is that simple. The country's inflationary pressures are compounded by the short-sightedness and manipulation because the whole cannot survive on the sacrifice of a few. People are bawling. Mr. Speaker, in the void of economic and financial leadership, state entities like Inland Revenue, Customs, and Social Security have lost their purpose. They are bent under the weight and pressure of not collecting enough revenue and have resorted to unjustly and forcibly taking money from the very people they are employed to serve. Currently, the Customs Valuation Unit is conducting audits from years ago on goods imported, duty paid, priced, and sold, and they're telling the private sector somehow the rates used and accepted were incorrect, and they're seeking to retroactively penalize businesses with these liabilities. Now, goods don't come off the port unless it is cleared by customs. So how do goods supposedly incorrectly cleared by customs become the fault and liability of the importer when the customs function is to ensure that it never happened in the first place? People are bawling. Inland Revenue is in the business of liabilities on taxpayers, and sometimes those liabilities are about technicalities in law. They will disallow a bill because it is not in the name of the taxpayers, but accept the income that this expense created in contravention of Section 39 that clearly states as the main test that any expense incurred in the creation of the assessable income is allowable as a deduction. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the private sector is incurring and paying costs to create accessible income and having those costs disallowed arbitrarily to meet some income quota of the government. It has become so a kind of a way now that these liabilities are impossible to collect because they're not real. When we compute the supposed unpaid tax liability in this country, it almost wants to assume the impossible situation that the private sector is earning taxable profits well in excess of the entire national budget. As such, the tax authorities' figures have been relegated to a plug in the national budget with unprovable supporting assessments that cannot pass the muster of any tax court or tribunal. When taxpayers insist they should go to court or tribunal, the revenue concedes its errors and just before the final deadline, and they recalculate the liability. This is not tax administration. People are balling. The Social Security contribution, Mr. Speaker, increases every year on a shrinking workforce and employer base. These are the realities that somehow did not make it in yesterday's presentation, and we can understand why. Most contributions are late or significantly behind because the cost of the contribution in a shrinking economy becomes simply another tax. Now they have begun to deny benefits to balance cash flows. They tell employees they cannot pay benefits because employers are behind on contributions. The DSS is a fund with statutory powers to deal with employers separate from employees on the contribution and benefit side. If benefits are withheld because contributions are so low, then the fund is broken, and probably the reason why DSS seems in recent years to have been struggling to talk about or report its performance results. However, I see a report for 2020 presented on the table in the Parliament. The government is the biggest employer and by extension, the largest benefit claim pool. However, the private sector, while being denied access to the fund, has no idea the extent of the government liability to the fund, the borrowing the government has taken from the fund because nothing has been available for a few years. But the narrative is that it is the fledgling private sector somehow that has the weakness in the fund and the employees are denied access. People are bawling. This is compounded, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that the town of Roseau is being taken over by outside business concerns. It's your number of Chinese businesses, it's your number of other businesses. And it seems that those are not required to be as diligent as local business concerns in collecting or paying over any taxes or social security contributions. Again, there cannot be a double standard between locals and foreign concerns seeking to do business in this country. Rules and laws should apply to all equally. Mr. Speaker, the cost of electricity. Does anybody know how the fuel surcharge is calculated? At current levels, it accounts for 50% of the electricity bill before VAT. So how can the fuel cost that is built in the kilowatt rate be so excessive that it becomes the highest figure on the bill? Finally, after all these months of hardship on the high electricity bills, this Now I See the Light budget announces a removal of VAT on the surcharge. from the 1st of August 2022. Now I see the light. Why was there VAT on the surcharge in the first place? If the surcharge is due to the cost of fuel, which is a zero-rated item, why were we paying VAT on the fuel surcharge on our Domlec bill? And if the fuel surcharge isn't fuel, then why is it called a fuel surcharge? And what exactly is it? Monthly electricity bills of $300 to $400 in the beginning of the year have now skyrocketed past $800 to $900. The state owns the company now. The government large. It runs things. The removal of VAT on the fuel surcharge, therefore, should be retroactive, Mr. Speaker, to January 1st, 2022. Let the government refund Domlec so consumers can get a credit on their electricity bills to year end. That is relief because people are bawling. It is evident, Mr. Speaker, that the compounding effect of a liquid but panicked financial sector, short-sighted fiscal policy, oppressive government agencies, and unequal treatment in the private sector has stalled the economic engine.
Member, you cannot say oppressive government agencies. You imputing improper motive on the entire state.
Drawn, whatever government agencies. The exogenous shocks have simply brought this malignancy into sharper focus. The government is handicapped to change or alter course because its financial architecture is built on a platform, on a kind of a platform with questionable economic development practices, thoroughly unfit for the purpose of securing the best Dominica for all the children of Dominica. There is only so much CBI can do in its convoluted foreign control system that was instituted for the benefit of a few. Imagine the exclusive marketer of CBI picked up $182.7 million for CBI marketing in 2020 and 2021. The exclusive marketer of CBI picked up $182.7 million for CBI marketing in 2020 and 2021. $22.5 million more than government's 2021 entire wage bill of $160.2 million. Now, we have untold amounts of our money from citizenship in the hands, out of the hands of the state, and at the mercy of mechanisms designed for the benefit of outsiders. And so, Mr. Speaker, in reality, as though we don't know it, but the economy shrinks. Businesses continue to struggle to pay their bills. Profitable growth is an increasingly elusive dream, and unemployment continues to rise. We are well ahead in the race to be the first official welfare state in the Caribbean, where we all line up at the National Stadium for milk and bread from the comrade leader. Containers of food are already coming in for the government. Meat at the abattoir is already being bought out by the government. And there is talk of nationalizing assets of foreign companies that are not on board with the welfare state agenda. The best and brightest have left or they're leaving. Those that remain must pledge love and loyalty to the king so they can eat. All is not well, and wealth is becoming increasingly uncommon in the Commonwealth. All is not well, and wealth is becoming increasingly uncommon in the Commonwealth. People are bawling the reality of today's Dominica. But fear not, Dominica will rise again. And I pledge to thee, citizens of Dominica, that my life's work, whether in here or out there somewhere, will be the resurrection of the Dominica we all know and cherish. So help me God. Mr. Speaker, the long-awaited ancient promise of the international airport by the same government that voted 19 years ago in this parliament against a bipartisan approach to developing this critical piece of the economic infrastructure was the hot ticket item in last year's budget, and it features prominently again this year. The international airport rises from the graveyard of empty promises and vote-catching deception to become what the Prime Minister describes as, quote, a major game changer for Dominica, end of quote, that has been cruelly denied the people of Dominica for 22 years. Now, at the time of presenting its international airport plans to the public, there was no purpose and needs assessment as would be expected upfront in an economic feasibility study, including cost-benefit analysis, risk assessment, and travel demand forecasts, no site selection survey, no environmental impact analysis and assessment, no geotechnical analysis, no airport design and master plan. These are the very basic best practice requirements of an international airport. But we were talking about them years ago as we were getting into this without any of that being done. The soil stability, Mr. Speaker, the method of design, the construction of features and structures below the present ground level that are needed to ensure a stable and feasible runway design to support the construction activities are all still unknown. We understand that there are serious concerns at the proposed new site compared to the previous site where all these facts were investigated prior to arriving at a decision location. Mr. Speaker, the cost of the hotel of the airport scheme in development, as stated in these estimates, up to June 30th, 2025, is $554.9 million. 76.5%, 76.5 million, sorry, is already spent. 65 million will be spent in this budget year, 201 million in 2023-2024, and 212.8 million in 2024-2025. We have no idea how much more will be spent before completion. At the contract signing on the 9th of June 2021, the Prime Minister said that the international airport will cost just over $1 billion and will be completed by 2025. In his 2022 budget statement, he says it will be completed and commissioned by November 2026. What do we have for the 76.5 million spent so far? We have $24 million that have gone to 130 property owners, and presumably the remaining 52.5 million has been spent on an airport soils lab, environmental and social impact assessment, project office, which is in construction, geotechnical studies, which are ongoing, a project master plan, which is in progress. So, Mr. Speaker, with the geotechnical studies ongoing and the master plan in progress, there cannot be an airport design. But the Prime Minister says yesterday in this House that there was a very, let me quote him correctly, the Prime Minister said there was, quote, a very rigorous tender process in which China Railway Number 5 Engineering Group Company, CR5, was selected as the main contractor for the construction of the international airport. If your geotechnical studies are not complete, if you're still tweaking the master plan, if you therefore have no design, what was the basis for the rigorous tender? Who conducted the tender? The government? Or the other airport developer who himself is the beneficiary of a no-bid contract? Who? What was the process? Were there other tenders considered? How did the tender proceed? Because it couldn't be done in a word. We are told that the development of this airport will increase opportunities for contractors, construction workers, engineers, plumbers, electricians, and other service providers. But we are also now being told the main contractor is a Chinese firm. Does the contract, I'm asking the question, does the contract with the Chinese company compel it to employ Dominicans first instead of bringing in hundreds of Chinese construction workers, engineers, plumbers, electricians, and other service providers? We have to ask the question. Dominica has ended up with the rotten end of the stick on too many of these arrangements in the past. And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, China is not funding the Dominica International Airport. Dominica is paying money from the sale of its citizenship to a Chinese company to build the airport. And putting Dominica first means employing Dominicans first and foremost with Dominica's money to work on the construction of the international airport. The name callers. Mr. Speaker, when the UWP took office in 1995, the growth engines of tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and agro industries in particular, and the importance of air access to economic development were foremost on the national leadership and management agenda. Within 2 years of assuming office, the UWP cabinet resolved that improved air access was indispensable to the sustainable economic development of Dominica and put in motion appropriate measures to alleviate the problem. The UWP contracted Planning and Stanley, Engineering Associates of Trinidad and Tobago, to advise on the options for air access improvement. The new airport was estimated to cost $80 million US, comprising 10 million in private financing, 40 million in international financing, and 30 million in international grants. The new airport would be located 1,700 meters northwest of the existing Melville Hall Airport, and the runway would be 3,200 meters long, 45 meters wide, to serve primary critical aircraft. By the time the UWP administration left office in January of 2000, 22 years ago, it had secured the following commitments towards construction of the international airport: 13 million euro grant funding from the European Union, 25 million US in grant and soft loan funding from the government of Taiwan, and in-kind contributions towards earthworks, a major cost component of the project, from the governments of Cuba and Venezuela. The UWP adhered to the best practice approach to the construction of this critical piece of national economic infrastructure, and Planning and Stanley delivered the airport master plan and feasibility report to the government for implementation of the new international airport. All this was done openly, transparently, and faithfully in the public interest of positioning the economy to facilitate maximum development benefits for the people of Dominica 22 years ago. This administration took office in 2000, on a promise that it would build an international airport. Yet instead of improving what it inherited, the DLP government set aside all the preparatory work for the development of an international airport done under the Edison James administration, claiming that Dominica could not afford an international airport. Mr. Speaker, through advances in aviation technology over the past 20 years, the modern aircraft choices of major international airlines are operating on 7,000-foot runways. There are possibilities for viable Dominica-based international airline service using the Airbus 220-100 model that can fly from a 6,000-foot runway at Melville Hall to North America, to Europe, to Africa, nonstop. Yet in 2021, 2022, the plan of this administration is for a 10,000-foot runway, which is significantly and unnecessarily more expensive. You have to look at that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the key figure in the funding scheme for the international airport is Anthony Hayden of Montreal Management Company, into whose control the administration has placed hundreds of millions of dollars from citizenship revenues that are not with us. They're not in the consolidated fund. Promoters of who?
That the money is in control of Anthony Hayden in another treasury to do or whatever. Mr. Chairman, the whole statement should be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. The statement, in my opinion, should be withdrawn.
He did not say it is in another treasury, but he did say it's in control. That is my issue there. But he did not say it's in another treasury. So under the control, that yes, yeah. So Minister, yeah, good. Honorable Linton, in regards to the control, this is sending a wrong signal. I'd ask you to withdraw this. That's why I was paying very close attention. Yes. Yes. And also the actual name of the person also. So I'd ask you to withdraw this. Hold on one sec. One sec. Put it back on. Yeah, back on. Back. Put it back on. Yes. Good. Stop. Yeah. Yes, I'd ask you to withdraw the statement of control. It is imputing improper motive. And also control. In the control, you see, the arrangement, it might be a contract, but if you say it's a contract, then okay. But you're saying it is in control. So this is imputing improper motive. And also in regards to his name, I'd ask you to withdraw that part because we should not be calling people's name in the house if they are not there to defend themselves or to give a statement. No, hold on. Hold on, you said something, let me just respond to you. In the past, my predecessor have allowed calling name if it's in a positive context. Positive context. So you can congratulate somebody, you can say something positive. But in regards to anything that is controversial or debatable, we do not allow it because the person is not there to defend themselves. So I would ask you to withdraw the name and withdraw the control.
Congratulate Mr. Hayden for his control of
Again,
airport.
Mr. Linton, we are not there to ridicule the house. Withdraw the statement or you know what is going to happen. But I really want to encourage the debate and the democracy. But I'm telling you so you can make your own judgment. I'm saying if you do not withdraw the statement, then you cannot proceed.
Which statement are you asking me to withdraw?
One, calling the person name, and two, the statement of control is sending a wrong signal to the entire world.
Mr. Speaker, who did the government sign a contract with on the 9th of June?
I'm not there to debate. I'm just telling you what my decision will be, so you have a choice.
So, no, in other words, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
if I say that the government signed a contract on the 21st of June with an individual for the construction of an international airport, you will ask me to
No,
stop.
no, that'd be okay. That would be okay. Well, it depends on what you're sending them for. But you could, yes.
Call me but I'm congratulating Anthony Hayden for taking control of the monies that will build the international.
Honorable Linton, we are beyond this. I'm asking you to withdraw the statement in regards to the control and the name of the person, so you can proceed. Least you say I'm trying to obstruct you, so I'm telling you, proceed, but withdraw first.
You want me to withdraw? But I am
But which statement?
I am congratulating Anthony Hayden.
But you still cannot do this because we know the context in which you congratulate.
Left, right, and yesterday. I want to congratulate. Now you tell me I can't do it.
Honorable Linton, we are here as a parliament to do things right. Just do the right thing.
Draw.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, the government has a man who has a contract as developer for the international airport. The man told the government that he's going to front load the money for them and they will pay the man after. And we find that that arrangement is a good arrangement, even though it appears from the evidence in these estimates, we have more than enough money to build our own international airport at the cost of just north of $1 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, did the man front load, the man, or I guess I can call him the front loader. Did the front loader front load the $6.5 million spent on the international airport over the past few years? And if he did, would this be a loan? How come it is not showing up as money from central government? How come it is showing up as money from central government revenue? What is the payback arrangement? A man rents a house at Mont Daniel as the official residence of the Prime Minister for $32,000. A man has carte blanche to build houses. A man has carte blanche to build apartment complexes, community centers, hospitals, and health centers in Dominica with the citizenship revenues of Dominica. A man has carte blanche to do all these things on no-bid contracts, which allow the man to subcontract the construction work to foreign companies and cancel local contractors at the man's fancy and whim. Now that man operates a housing program out of the Prime Minister's office, which appears to be separate and apart from the ministry.
Yes. Honorable Minister, yes, let me hear what you say. You stand on a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to say that local contractors have been cancelled by whoever is really imputing improper motives, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And Mr. Speaker, I also, while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, is this Parliament accepting the fact that the government has money someplace where they can afford to build the airport? Can that fact be substantiated in terms of a written document?
No, he said based on the estimates that there's enough money in the estimates.
But is that reference in the estimate?
Which part exactly? Which part exactly?
The fact that there is money sufficient. Relax yourself, boss. Let me talk, my brother. I'm your senior in this parliament. I'm your senior here. Let me talk. Have some respect. You see where I'm going, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Is there a figure in the estimate that says that the government has the funds to build the airport, and as a result that we do not need any CBI funds at this stage to build the airport? And secondly, the fact that local contractors have been cancelled, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I get your point.
Thank you, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you, sir.
in regards to the matter where there is funds. Let me 1 second. Yes. In regards to the funds to build the airport, wherever it is up to the members' opinion. However, in regards to people or someone is canceling a government contract, you have to withdraw this. And also, you also said, and I was already taking the lead on the matter, where you said that the person is in the Prime Minister's office, you must withdraw this. Because well, I don't know which man that is in the Prime Minister's office who is canceling contract. So regardless of whether you call a name or a man, this must be withdrawn. In regards to your matter where you say there is enough money in the estimate, that's up to you. But in regards to demand and canceling contract and person is in the Prime Minister's office, this must be withdrawn. Hold on 1 second. Yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry, hold on. Yes. Even need the minister to stand in a point of order, or you yourself would know that even need the minister to stand in a point of order, or you yourself would know that it is imputing improper motive. So it's okay that I'm no big contract to the government. This part there again, I left you. So because I anticipate that other members could respond to this. But under the rules. And what is hold on. Is a point or statement of fact you are making. Under the rules, we could move where you would have to prove it. But I would leave it to the honorable members in their debate to deal with that matter. Okay. So I'm not going down that road. Yeah, so please proceed. Yeah, but withdraw first. Which statement? Because you said you didn't understand. No, but you just repeated it. Yes, but you have to say what you withdraw. Like this to for no, I know exactly. You have to withdraw the statement that said a man is in the Prime Minister office, in essence, and that man can cancel contracts. Okay, I'm withdrawing the statement that the man can cancel contracts. But I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that there's a man in the Prime Minister's office who has no big contracts. But there is no man in the Prime Minister's office with contracts. That's what I'm telling you. Well, the Prime Minister operates Housing Dominica from the Citizenship by Investment unit in the Prime Minister's office. It's not in the Housing Ministry. I don't know if they've brought it there. Since have they brought it to is Housing Dominica in the Citizenship by Investment in your this is nothing, this is nowhere in the estimate or in the Prime Minister's statement. So I am not sure what is the relevance because I cannot verify. So we're talking about the airport. Nobody he did not say that. The point is, if there is no documentation where this is said, bring some balance. The ministers will have the opportunity to debate. I'm asking you to deal with that matter. So let us proceed. Or you withdraw. Yes. Let's forget about that man, because that man going to cause problems in our parliament. And I really don't like the idea of anybody, especially people that especially people who want disturbing us to the point where it seems like they're threatening our parliament. They're threatening the just to talk about them is a big problem for the parliament. So Mr. Speaker, let's move on. No, he withdraw. He withdraw the statement. Yes, so he can proceed. Yes, he did. He did. Yeah, he did. Somebody deliberately leaving my right Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in assessing the
revenue and the accounts of the government, which is an oversight responsibility of this parliament, we cannot avoid concerning ourselves with value for money. And so a concern arises when there is evidence that a project paid for by public funds was handed out to some man, woman, boy or girl without tender, because it is through the tendering process that the state is assured that there will be value for money on the contract. Without the tender, the selected person decides what they want to charge. It's only one person. So if we have a situation where people on behalf of the government are going out and just awarding contracts, everybody in here should be concerned whether we are getting value for money. If your remit in this parliament is the public interest of Dominica, you have to be concerned whether contracts are being awarded on a value for money basis. That is the requirement of the Constitution, is the requirement of the law. We don't need to play fast and loose with it. So the tendering process is what brings the market into the government's or the public sector's bid or responsibility to get fair prices.
You have 25 more minutes, but because of all the interjection and interaction, I'll give you an additional 5 minutes.
No,
Yes.
let's negotiate there.
Yes. No, negotiation is with the entire house, not with me.
In 5 minutes.
I've ruled, I said that I will give you an additional 5 minutes, but the entire house can make a decision.
Give me
You understand?
give me 10. Anything is something, but you waste my time talking to me. Mr. Speaker, it appears that on some of these projects that are in the public sector investment program, we are not getting value for money. We have projects that are going at, we see certain figures in the estimates, and when we examine them from what the market would deliver in terms of the price for these projects, like the modern resilient housing, the modern resilient health centers, the modern resilient community centers, and the Margaret Hospital, we are seeing significant differences between the market price and what we're actually paying, to the extent of over $80 million. We have to be concerned about those things because our responsibility is to obey the rule of law, the Finance and Administration, and the Procurement Act against wasteful, uneconomic spending in the procurement of public services. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that the international airport for Dominica must be built in accordance with international best practices, with funds from the Citizenship by Investment Program of Dominica, and any agreement for these or other CBI funds to be involved in some kind of front-loading arrangement for the international airport. To the front loader is null, it's void, it's of no effect. The Margaret constituency, Mr. Speaker. We are thankful, we are very thankful for the hospital, for the health center, for the renovations in progress in the fisheries complex, for the refurbishment of the Will Strathmore Stevens School. But Mr. Speaker, more than 8 years later, we are still waiting for the opening of the hospital, which this administration shut down for termite infestation in 2014. And today, as I stand here, I am really very happy that I advocate relentlessly for the construction of the hospital using our own CDI funds instead of waiting indefinitely on a contribution of $5 million from Mexico. I'm happy I did that. The design and build work of the solution firm Reno started in January 20. No, I didn't get anything done. My remit in the matter was to look out for the interests of the people of the area whose hospital had been shut down for termite infestation. I sat with you on occasions when you were the Minister of Health, talking about what should be done and how best it should be done. We're involved in those discussions, so you know what I'm talking about. We did. That's all you remember. You remember the snacks? Okay. Mr. Speaker, the design and build work of the solution firm Reno started in January 2020, as the Prime Minister indicated yesterday, and was completed 18 months later. The new, much improved facility has been standing for more than a year, but it has not been open to serve the healthcare needs of the Northeast Health District. We understand now that more than a year later, machines and equipment are being installed. We hope it will not be too long before, again, after waiting for 8 years, for the hospital to be open. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, September 2017, Hurricane Maria damaged 499 houses and destroyed 240 houses in Marigot and Concord. Currently, we have in the region of 100 persons in the constituency who are in need of housing assistance. Some need new houses, some need roof repairs, some need repairs to segments of the affected houses, some need to strengthen their structures to hurricane-resistant standards. Some of these Maria victims have received minimal or no help from the government housing assistance program post-Maria. And this is not because we don't have the money. Dominica has enough money from the sale of citizenship to meet all the housing assistance needs of all the victims of Hurricane Maria in Dominica, including the victims from Marigot. We need rehabilitation of village and feeder roads in Craig, the Craig Valley Road, Craig Valley Melville Hall Link Road, the Sunley Road, the Coffee Road, the Mount George Rose Hill Road, the Tantan North End Pegwa Link Road, the Barron Rose Hill Road, the access road to Long Bay, the Overgutter Road drainage, the Windy Lodge Road, the Crapper Hall Maishal Road, 6 acres Melville Hall Link Road, the dam bridge reconstruction completion, river wall construction. We need a retaining wall to prevent public road failure in front of the property of Ellsworth Prevost, the facility which processes and exports the most agricultural products in Dominica. The Sam's Gutter Will Valley Access Road, the Fine Grass Bull Hole School Road Link, the North End Hamlet Road and drainage construction. Mr. Speaker, we have been asking for the funds of the state to be budgeted and spent on these road infrastructure needs for the better part of the last 2 decades. In 2020-2021, Parliament approved spending of $74.3 million for the Ministry of Public Works, the ministry responsible for building and maintenance of roads. Only $33.9 million, or 46% of the approved budget, was spent. $40.4 million, or 54% of the approved public works budget, was not spent in 2021-2022, but there was still no money for the critical road infrastructure needs of the Marigot constituency. The wave overtopping at Melville Hall, causing seawater damage to the vehicles of the people of Westland Marigot in particular, is a problem that emerged more than 10 years ago with the upgrade of the Melville Hall Airport. Year after year since, millions were budgeted for correction but never spent, and so the problem persists. In the 2021-2022 budget estimates, the total cost of the wave overtopping mitigation measures was $19.7 million. $200,000 would be spent in 2021-2022, that was last year, and the remainder, $19.5 million, would be spent to complete the project this year, 2022-2023. But according to the budget of 2022-2023, the project to correct the wave overtopping problem at Melville Hall has been suspended. Yep. Just like that. No more budgeted spending to correct the problem. But Mr. Speaker, that story cannot and will not end there. The constituency needs the fisheries complex operating as an official port of entry. The constituency needs equipment and proper local staffing at the new state-of-the-art hospital to serve the Northeast, a health center in the hamlet of Concord, development of the Concord Community Center, Harcourt and Plainfield, a proper and adequate water system to serve the present and future needs of the Concord community, upgrades of the Londonderry, Lyo Park, Plainfields and the West Harcourt, proper library at our school facilities, completion of the Northeast Education Complex, affordable housing programs to facilitate village expansion, completion of the official allocation of land at Melville Hall to interested persons for whom the land was reserved by the Housing Division years ago, and the discontinuation of all politically motivated intervening arrangements that are compromising the ability of those persons to build. We need a young farmers development program to facilitate continuity in our vital agriculture sector. Government assistance with the expansion and development of food reception depots for the processing of agro-exports. We wait. We are patient with great forbearance. Mr. Speaker, as we budget to spend on national development, let's think of our ancestors, the Maroons who fought relentlessly against slavery so that we could be free, the Kalinago, whose religion and language gifted us lessons of nature island life that we're still unwilling to learn. Think of Rastafari and the nature island living experience we continue to take for granted. Think of our common aspiration, not to strive simply to survive, but to thrive, to prosper, rejoicing in the human development discipline of all living for each and each living for all. Think of the powerful lessons we learn from the wisdom of the ages. I quote, "Nothing in nature lives for itself. Rivers don't drink their own water. Clouds do not swallow their own rain. Trees don't eat their own fruits. The sun does not shine for itself. And flowers do not spread their fragrance for themselves. Living for others is a rule of nature. Life is good when you are happy, but it is much better when others are happy because of you." The Dominica dream, which we have never written down or even spoken about specifically, is that collection of nature island blessings which is so special to us that on one hand, we don't want to leave it, and on the other hand, we yearn to come back to it whenever circumstances force us to leave it. We all dream of Dominica first, and I heard several references to Dominica being first. We all dream of Dominica for all of Dominica's children at home and abroad. The dream is to be a free, healthy, happy person enjoying peace, growth, and prosperity in the best place to live, the best place to work, and the best place to enjoy life. Mr. Speaker, think of where we would be today if over the past 20 years we had budgeted and spent the nation's resources on a genuine nature island development program for the realization of that dream. Instead, we have been locked into an inefficient and fossil fuel dependent infrastructure, an unattractive unhealthy, unsustainable lifestyles that have left our youth disengaged and indifferent. We need national recognition and acceptance of the simple truth that we are citizens of a country born to shine as the nature island of the world, the isle of beauty, the isle of splendor. We, the people of this nature island, live in the unity of diversity that defines nature. The dream is to thrive as three people on equality and justice according to the rules of divine order, but it is not our reality. The dream No, I don't find it. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, on the nature island, our plants, our land, sorry, Speaker, I'm getting my papers. Yeah, I was saying, Mr. Speaker, yeah, the dream is to govern. Is to govern and to sustain ourselves in peaceful coexistence, living in harmony with nature. But it's not our reality. Yet the way God planned it, the way God wants it to be, is for us to be nature island people, God-fearing, strong, healthy, and as resilient as the natural environment. So let us leave behind the dream killers now. The political, religious, and other divisions we have created for ourselves and discipline ourselves to become the free, united, peaceful, harmonious, self-sustaining people that we truly are. Mr. Speaker, the national development efforts of the past 2 decades have not worked as they should, because they have not moved the narrative on economic advancement, because they have moved that narrative on economic advancement further and further away from the worthwhile dream of a national development philosophy which is in harmony with our true nature island character and identity. In accepting ourselves as nature island people, we accept that human life is sacred, that all human beings are divine and deserve to be treated equally. We accept that nothing in nature lives for itself and living for others is a rule of nature. We must all come up together. We accept the responsibility to take care of ourselves as much as possible in the quest for lives of peace, freedom, and human dignity. We accept the challenge of living in harmony with the natural environment. So, Mr. Speaker, let us truly appreciate the abundant blessings of land, water, and plants, and their importance in feeding us, in clothing us, in sheltering us, and funding our participation in global affairs and our integration with the family of mankind by helping others to meet these basic human needs in life-supporting ways. Our nature island plants on the land provide food and drink as well as materials for clothing and shelter. The myriad shades of green, the flowers of beauty, model sustainability and decorate our lives. What happened to the eco-villages and eco-cities in which we should be living? We breathe clean air, we drink clean water, we eat natural food. Our nature island food and drink should be our medicine, and our medicine should be our nature island food and drink. Our herbs must heal the nation, our herbs must heal the world. Therefore, no plant or herb should be illegal in our nature island of the world. And Mr. Speaker, the nature island philosophy of which we speak offers the lovers of nature around the world a brand in the advancement of civilization that they can identify with and support to succeed, especially in recognition of the fact that the true nature island of the world will automatically be the first climate resilient country in the world. This will be nature's safe haven of peace and tranquility in a troubled world that most human beings on planet Earth would want to visit. Our gift from God is our gift to the world. And as I've said before in this honorable house, it's a very serious offense against humanity for the Isle of Beauty, the Isle of Splendor, the nature island of the world, the nation with the most generous blessing of green per capita on God's earth, to have so many of the precious children of this land frustrated, sick, unemployed, and condemned to hopeless dependency in lives of everlasting poverty. So let us ensure
10 minutes.
that our agriculture secures our health and wellness by making us sufficient in food and drink and providing plant-based solutions for our medical needs. By sharing these blessings with the world in need, we will grow our economy and generate wealth like we have never seen before. Let us set the stage to earn hundreds of millions of dollars annually from the export of our agricultural products and the health and wellness solutions that can be manufactured from them. Thousands of new sustainable jobs will be created, and equitable value chain participation for all stakeholders in industries developed around our gift of nature island plants will ensure fair shares of the benefits of wealth creation for all. Let us budget and spend on resources on earning ourselves a worthwhile place in the international trade of goods and services by taking advantage of expanding opportunities in the green economy, the blue economy, the orange economy. Let us budget and spend our resources to make Dominican lives really matter in Dominica, in a system of governance that allows citizens, especially our youth, to work, create and grow enterprise, and participate meaningfully in Nature Island building. Let us budget to spend our resources to create a success story of Nature Island citizen engagement and participation that brings government, business, people, civil society groups, and neighborhoods in a collective effort to make Dominica the real, authentic Nature Island of the world in the next 20 years. Let us budget and spend our resources on developing a meritocracy in which those most suitable for leadership will accept the sacred responsibility to lead and manage on behalf of the rest of us. In the immortal dream of our national anthem, we call the sons and daughters of this gem beyond compare to strive for honor, to embrace this vision of hope that invites us to toil with hearts and hands and voices, to prosper and sound the call in which everyone rejoices, all for each and each for all. Modern technology, Mr. Speaker, has exposed the shaky foundation that has left our youth insecure, marginalized, and unconnected to a system unable to deliver solutions to their real-life challenges. In effect, we are really reaping what we have sown in our progressive departure through the years from meaningful youth participation and partnership in nation building and wealth creation. We need a movement to meet young people where they are, in schools, sporting and entertainment events, clubs, community centers, on the block, in church, in hospitals. Meet them physically, academically, socially, emotionally, to help them build the relationships, the skills, the competencies, and confidence that they need to succeed in life. This means developing, supportive learning, sporting, recreational settings that nurture the strengths and interests of the youth and enable them to thrive while building relationships and bonding with peers and adults. Youth are learning all the time, in and out of school, in families, in neighborhoods, in communities. We must align our youth development resources to a strategy for giving them the broad range of skill sets, knowledge, and competencies needed to become lifelong learners, successful business leaders, high-performance professionals, productive workers, world-class artists, sportsmen and women, and engaged citizens. Let us fix our focus on the settings and services that facilitate young people to grow while exploring interests and dealing with the issues that affect their passions, concerns, and dreams of success. Let us provide a solid platform for successful youth participation in the partnership to build, maintain, and continuously improve the best Dominica for all Dominicans at home and abroad. In this regard, let us establish in this budget year a youth entrepreneurship investment bank to help grow youth-based wealth in our Nature Island family. This new financial institution should be capitalized with $100 million from the citizenship revenues of Dominica, and will create the much-needed ecosystem of support around businesses of young people in agriculture, light manufacturing,
5 more minutes, sir.
tourism, IT and financial services, renewable energy, sports, and the creative industries. It will prioritize funding for youth business projects alongside technical assistance to ensure success in providing quality goods and services, quality jobs for young people, and sustainable wealth creation for youth. Mr. Speaker, with all the hardships endured by the people of Dominica, battling red-hot rising prices and frozen wages and salaries in a time of record-breaking citizenship revenues, the government's relief measures announced yesterday make a mockery of the struggle to survive in Dominica. It boils down to removal of VAT on the fuel surcharge and reduction in license fees for commercial vehicles only. Reduction in license fees for commercial vehicles only. Nothing, absolutely nothing to help with the rapidly rising cost of food, clothing, shelter, and other basic necessities. Not a salary increase, not a cash grant, not a cost of living allowance, nothing. But somewhere I heard the ministers paid themselves an extra month's salary at the end of June. If loving poor people to be poor was a cabinet of ministers, this would be it.
Yes.
They were paid. They did not pay themselves, they were paid.
You have to withdraw it.
I withdraw, they paid themselves.
Okay.
They were paid. Mr. Speaker,
No, he withdrew it, so proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the statement that they paid themselves.
Yes, he said that.
And I only say that they were paid. Is there an objection to that? Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the blessed people of this land need a fresh start.
Honorable Linton, somebody standing on a point of order. Honorable Minister. Yes. Hold on, one second. Yes, hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of correction, and I understand the reaction of my colleagues. Those of us who received part of the double bubble, we didn't get the bubble, we got the bob or the bill, because the date that this payment was being made, we were still public servants. So for the period that we were public servants, we received a payment, which was not a double bubble, it was not even a bubble, it was either a bob or a bill.
So, Honorable Linton, you need to... So, Honorable Linton, so for the records, you have withdrawn. You have withdrawn the statement for the records.
The member, the Minister of Education said that she did not receive a double bubble. I made no statement about double bubble. She said what she received was a bob, or maybe a bull, but not a bubble. I accept that.
Honorable Linton, you said that they paid themselves, and you have withdrawn that?
That
nice. So I just yes. So proceed.
Withdrawn that. Long time.
So hold on 1 second. Maybe I did not get it correctly. So ministers were not paid. Yes, so you did not have to say bubble and so ministers were not paid. No, not paid. So yes.
In the interest of concluding my presentation, the entire statement is withdrawn.
Yes, thank you. Proceed.
All right. Because I need to make the point that the people of this blessed land need a fresh start and real change. We have the money. We earned it from the huge sacrifice of exchanging citizenships for investments in the global market. Let us put the billions of the people to work for the people and for the benefit of all the people. Our shared commitment to secure the best Dominica
2 minutes.
For all Dominicans constrains us to do that much. And Mr. Speaker, I say in closing, especially to the young men of Dominica, no misunderstanding, no difference of opinion, no argument, no material possession is worth the sacred life of a fellow human being. Think it over, talk it over. Let us turn to each other, not on each other. Let us live for each other, not against each other. Let us do unto others as we would have them do unto us. Let us sow the love that we want to reap. And as we seek to protect the lives of our young people, always knowing that prevention is better than cure, let us all drive and ride with care, with caution, and let us be courteous, kind, and understanding to other road users during the upcoming August Monday holiday weekend 2022. Ensure that your insurance and license are up to date. Don't drive or ride at excessive speeds. Nothing risky. Take it easy. Whether you're a driver or passenger, wear your seat belt. Whether you're a bike rider or passenger, wear your protective helmet.
Time is up, 30 seconds. Wind up.
Do not drive or ride under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Don't text and drive or ride. If you're partying as a group, please assign a designated driver who will remain sober at all times. If you feel drowsy while you're driving or riding, stop and take a rest. Nothing we do in the enjoyment of our lovely Dominica is worth getting hurt over. Stay safe, stay blessed. May the ancestors be pleased. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I rise to make my contribution to this year's budget debate.
Before you rise, we need to deal with the matter.
Before I go into the meat of my debate, Mr. Speaker, let me move a motion, as I did for the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, that every minister be given an hour.
Okay, so we'd have to suspend Rule 46.
So suspending Rule 46.
41.6.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So you'd have to say it exactly how.
Okay, I move that Rule 41.6 be suspended, Mr. Speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And since I had already moved a motion that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition be given the same amount of time to respond to the Prime Minister's budget, I then move, Mr. Speaker, that ministers be permitted to speak for an hour and that other members of this House be permitted to make their contribution within 30 minutes.
Okay. It has been moved.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Okay, great. It has been moved and seconded that Rule 41.6 be suspended so that ministers be given 1 hour and the other members 30 minutes, as provided in the rules. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget debate on this year 2021-2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by lamenting the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we on this side of the House, we take our work seriously, Mr. Speaker. We take our work seriously because the people of Dominica has sent us here to do a serious job to represent their interests, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we are concerned about. So I spent, Mr. Speaker, since I received the estimates, Mr. Speaker, I spent the better part of last week, Mr. Speaker, going through the estimates, preparing to come here and represent the people of Dominica. And to represent the people on what I believe, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most forward-thinking budgets that we have come here in this present global circumstances, Mr. Speaker. And to listen to the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, it was painful. It was painful to listen to the person who's supposed to be the Prime Minister in waiting. Can we believe that this leader of the opposition is supposed to be the Prime Minister in waiting, Mr. Speaker? The leader of the opposition was lamenting that he did not have enough time to prepare. His very posture, he came here late yesterday. The most important schedule, the most important meeting, Mr. Speaker, in the parliamentary calendar is the annual budget. Everybody in Dominica from every walk of life, Mr. Speaker, looks forward to the presentation of the annual budget. The leader of the opposition steps in here, Mr. Speaker, 2 hours after the presentation has begun.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Is that seriousness?
Yesterday, the leader of the opposition informed
what is your point of order? I cannot
Mr.
yield if you not sign on a point of order.
I am signing on a point of order.
What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
That the leader of the opposition came
Honourable
here
Member,
late.
what is your point of order?
Let me correct a point of correction then. No, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition came there this
Honourable
morning.
Member.
The leader of the opposition came there this morning, Mr. Speaker.
So you're saying it's not a point of order, right, Honourable Member?
He wrote to the Speaker and told the Speaker through the clerk that he would be late.
Honourable Member, is that a point of order or a point of correction?
A point of correction, a point
if
of
it's
order.
a point of correction, then it should be dealt with after.
Just correct the minister.
If it is a point of
Simple.
correction, Honourable Member, it should be dealt with after.
Ian knows he's wrong.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. Honourable Member, please continue.
Like I said, I painstakingly sat here and listened to the leader of the opposition, talking, Mr. Speaker, in a diatribe about leading by example. That is the kind of leadership that he produces, Mr. Speaker. And that is the kind of leadership that the members on the other side, that is how they display, Mr. Speaker, leadership. When you listen to the leader of the opposition talking about leading by example, he came to the House late. He stood up on his feet, lamented, Mr. Speaker, that he did not have enough time to prepare. And a budget that has so many goodies, Mr. Speaker, in it. He couldn't speak of one, Mr. Speaker. Not one item get towards benefiting the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That is beyond lamentable, Mr. Speaker. Very much so. He didn't have enough time, Mr. Speaker. electoral reform. We have spoken about electoral reform time and time again, Mr. Speaker. We know that the process of electoral reform is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. We know that Sir Dennis Byron is doing the necessary work to advise the government on the way forward with electoral reform. But the United Workers' Party are singularly responsible for preventing the advancement of electoral reform. We came to this honorable house and they stood up outside of the house by Dawasco, Mr. Speaker, with stones to stone the parliament. And the parliament had to be called up, had to be adjourned because of the safety of the members of parliament was threatened. The leader of the opposition coming here talking about electoral reform, and they are the ones who are holding up electoral reform, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we have explained the workings of the citizenship by investment program. They have questioned the Prime Minister on numerous occasions. The leader of the opposition is deliberately misleading the public on the workings of the citizenship by investment program. Mr. Speaker, he is categorizing every single person as a separate applicant, and that is not how the scheme works, Mr. Speaker. That is not how the program works. And we have explained that to him before. 450,000 for investigating into the police force. 1 million for a peace plan, Mr. Speaker. I mean, what is that, Mr. Speaker? Just accusing the police unnecessarily, Mr. Speaker, because the leader of the opposition cannot respond to the budget that was presented to the people of the country yesterday, Mr. Speaker. That is what it is. He cannot respond to it, Mr. Speaker. This is a $1 billion budget. $1 billion. Only the Dominican Labour Party under hard times can come to this house, Mr. Speaker, and put to the nation a $1 billion budget, Mr. Speaker. That is the temperature of the situation in the country right now, Mr. Speaker. The proper management of the resources of this country. In hard times, Mr. Speaker. In hard times. Oh, Lord.
Try again.
Just on a point of order, is it parliamentary to bring in the...
What, honorable member, if you're standing on a point of order, please state the point of order for which you're standing.
I'm seeking clarification, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order for the minister to bring partisan...
Honorable member, if you're not standing on a point of order, then I suggest that you sit down.
I'm asking...
But you're not standing on a point of order and you're disrupting the member's presentation for...
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said that GDP contracted in 2020. But GDP had to contract in 2020, Mr. Speaker. We saw the passage of Hurricane Maria that wiped out 220% of our GDP, Mr. Speaker, 220% of our GDP. And look at where we are today, Mr. Speaker. Look at the state of the country today, Mr. Speaker, speaking about building an international airport of $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, and while I'm on my feet, let me just welcome my classmate and friend, Senior Queen's Counsel, so we say Senior Counsel in Dublin, Queen's Counsel Larry Smith from Barbados, who is here with us, Mr. Speaker. I had lunch with my friend yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and he was asking me which part of the country did Hurricane Maria hit, because there was no evidence of the hurricane in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That is what we've been able to do. And the leader of the opposition was going on and on with irrelevancies, not addressing the issues in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Housing for the people of Dominica. Look, after Hurricane David, almost every single house in Dominica was destroyed. Roofs, Hurricane Maria, roofs flown off of the buildings, homeless people, Mr. Speaker. And the leader of the opposition says that our housing program is largely partisan, Mr. Speaker. Housing program is largely partisan and bunching young people. Look at the beautiful apartments in Georgetown, in my constituency. Single mothers living in a one-bedroom arrangement with their mother and their grandmother. 3 generations of women living, Mr. Speaker, in a one-bedroom wooden outfit. The government has turned around through the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker, and constructed 3-bedroom, $300,000 apartments all over this country to house citizens of this country, free of charge, Mr. Speaker. And the leader of the opposition is telling the young people that we're bunching them up into apartments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a party that has never cared for the people of Dominica. They don't care. That is what separates us, you know. That is what differentiates us. That is the dichotomy, Mr. Speaker. That is the party line, Mr. Speaker. This Labour Party government cares for people of the country, Mr. Speaker. We're lifting people up, Mr. Speaker. We're giving them a hand up. That is why they don't like the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker. That is why he doesn't like it, Mr. Speaker. He came here, and instead of being constructive, instead of making proposals, giving an alternative to what has been put forward by this government, by the Honorable Prime Minister, he was stringing cliches together. From Shakespeare and from one literature. But life is not about cliches, Mr. Speaker. Running a country is not about prose, Mr. Speaker. Running a country is about taking care of the needs of your people, Mr. Speaker. People who depend on you every day. Every day we come to our offices, we see Dominicans, Mr. Speaker, in need of housing, in need of health care, Mr. Speaker, wanting to go to school. Bright, young, developing children, Mr. Speaker, that we built the State College for, that we send them to school from preschool to Dominica State College free of charge. And they have done well, and they want to go further. That's why we have created scholarships all over the world, Mr. Speaker, so that they can come back as professionals and contribute to the development of this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are doing the Future Housing Initiative under the Housing Revolution, Mr. Speaker. One that is probably the 9th or the 10th initiative under the Housing Revolution. You remember we did renovation and sanitation, Mr. Speaker. We've built complete homes. And we have given $1 a square foot of land. Squatters who were squatting on lands that they did not own for generations, Mr. Speaker. It was this government in places like Chance in Portsmouth that said that we have to make lands available to the people who cannot afford. And we gave them those lands at $1 a square foot. That is what this government have done. So we're just continuing the program right now. And the people that we send to school free of charge, the people that we gave overseas scholarships, we are now doing the future housing development. And we said that we would start in Warner, and we would start in Cotton Hill, in Honorable Reggie's constituency, but in the Portsmouth municipality, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition spoke about bringing agriculture to its knees, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave us an agriculture budget yesterday. That's what the budget was, an agriculture budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister just gave us a summary. The Prime Minister could have spent the entire day there yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Yes. But he just gave us a summary of what we intend to do in the next year. And my colleagues will expand on that when they speak, Mr. Speaker. They will go in depth into what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was just, Mr. Speaker, could you please ask the senator to sit and listen? Please sit and listen,
Senator Masley, according to the standing orders, you need to not speak while the Honorable Minister is on his feet. Yeah, generally, but he's asking that you not distract him.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, he correctly spoke about the challenges. The war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, has caused a hike in prices. Look at the fuel, Mr. Speaker. He came here and tried to dissect the fuel surcharge on the electricity bill. But it was the United Workers' Party who sold the Dominica electricity services, Mr. Speaker, for 30% of what it was worth. He should have come here as a statesman, and they sold it without parliamentary approval. When he's speaking about parliamentary approval for the payment of the rent of the Prime Minister's residence, Mr. Speaker, they came here and they sold, not even here, you know, they sold the Dominica electricity services for 30% of what it was worth, Mr. Speaker, and then tried to backtrack and get parliamentary approval for it, Mr. Speaker. And thank God that this government has the resources to buy back the utility company of the people, Mr. Speaker. That is what we have been able to do on behalf of the people of Dominica. And we know the challenges, yes. Inflation, the war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. We know what it's doing. So that's why, as a responsible government, we have come here and we have removed the taxes, Mr. Speaker, on the fuel surcharge, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we invest in the geothermal energy, Mr. Speaker. And we have the geothermal expert, Dr. Anderson, who will speak after me, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we bought the company back and we immediately invest in the Padu plant. And Domlec has assured us that the Padu plant will be on by September, Mr. Speaker. So that in turn will cause the electricity bill, Mr. Speaker, to even go further down, because we'll be generating more electricity from the hydro plant than we have to buy diesel, Mr. These are the things that we have to come here as statesmen and speak about, Mr. Speaker. That's what you have to speak about. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is in the heart of the leader of the opposition's constituency. It is in the heart of his constituency. The Prime Minister has made a bold statement to the entire nation that we want to increase agriculture's contribution to GDP by $700 million, Mr. Speaker, by 2030. 700 million by 2030. These are the issues that the leader of the opposition should be addressing in this present house, Mr. Speaker. Because that is what matters to the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Right now, agriculture's contribution is about $250 million. Contribution to GDP is about $250 million. And I know we can achieve that goal, Mr. Speaker. I know that we have what it takes in Dominica to deliver on that promise. And while I'm on my feet, I want to thank all of the technocrats in the Ministry of Trade and Agriculture who are working together, Mr. Speaker, to realize the vision that the Prime Minister has set. And we are doing a very good job, and I want to congratulate them, and I'll speak about some of that, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are concerned about, Mr. Speaker, empowering the people of Dominica. 2 years ago, we came here, Mr. Speaker, and we made some monies available. $500,000 was made available to the boat owners, Mr. Speaker, to outfit their boats and to upgrade their boats, and to send a lot of the seafarers to upgrade their training to become captains and seafarers, Mr. Speaker. And that is paying dividends today. We have enough capacity on the water today, Mr. Speaker, to realize that dream. I want to tell every single farmer and every single young person today, there is money in agriculture. Get serious and let us get into production, Mr. Speaker. Let us get into production. Mr. Speaker, in Antigua, in St. Kitts, in St. Martin, in Anguilla, in Martinique, Mr. Speaker, Guadeloupe, and even Barbados, Mr. Speaker, there is the potential to increase our trade, Mr. Speaker. The markets are there. The markets are there, Mr. Speaker. All they have to do is to produce. Let me give you some figures, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the demand for just bananas in the market is 500 boxes per week, Mr. Speaker. 500 boxes a week. At $25, and that is the statistics that the people of Dominica are interested in. Not the numbers just pulled out of a hat by the leader of the opposition. That is what they're interested in. At $25 a box, Mr. Speaker, bananas can still generate $500,000 on an annual basis, on a monthly basis, Mr. Speaker. $500,000 per month can be made in those markets right now at just $25 a box. So that is why the investments that we are putting in, $1 million for banana farmers, Mr. Speaker. That is what this government is investing in this budget. And the leader of the opposition, because the United Workers' Party used to call themselves the Banana Party. That is what that's what they promised, Mr. Speaker, when they were in opposition to get into government. They promised the farmers $1 a pound of bananas, Mr. Speaker. And they are the architects of the demise of the banana industry, Mr. Speaker. They left the industry when the United Workers' Party left office. This government's first order of business was to bail out the DBMC debt of $35 million, Mr. Speaker. That is what they left. That is why our investment in agriculture today, Mr. Speaker, we have to pump monies into agriculture, Mr. Speaker, and that is what we are doing for the people of Dominica. There is potential. There is potential in agro-processing. Lord have mercy.
Senator Masley, I'm not going to caution you again. You see, you are a young person who is now a senator. If we are guiding you, just take the advice. Nice, take the advice. You'll have your opportunity to debate. Because if the minister asks that you do not distract him while he's on his feet, then just respect that. So, Honorable Minister, let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell a similar story with passion fruit, Mr. Speaker. We have a market in Guadeloupe right now for passion fruit pulp, Mr. Speaker. And Dexia is paying the farmers, Mr. Speaker, $265 for a 40-pound pail of passion fruit pulp, Mr. Speaker. $265 at $150 a pound of passion fruit. That is what we should be speaking to the young people in Dominica to get into farming. The young people want to hear us. How can they empower themselves? How can government facilitate the empowerment of young people? That is what this budget is all about, Mr. Speaker. $24,000 can be generated in passion fruit on 1 acre of passion fruit a year. That is what we should be talking about. So the $5 million for the procurement of agricultural produce, that is what it will do. So the farmers within the sound of my voice right now hearing me, the farmers from the Marigot constituency and the farmers from the Salisbury constituency, you can now bring your fresh produce to the pack house, and the pack house can now pay you in real time. No more delay. 1 week at most, when we sort it out and we get the marketable fruit, we can now pay the farmers, the farmers in Penville, the yam farmers in Penville. And in the same vein, Mr. Speaker, the hucksters have always had a perennial complaint, Mr. Speaker, because when they take the fruit and they go into the markets, they go to Martinique or they go to Guadeloupe with the fruit, Mr. Speaker, they come back and they say, oh, well, the sun was hot and some of the fruit gets spoiled and so forth, Mr. Speaker. So we are creating a facility where the hucksters can get credit, Mr. Speaker. They can get some credit from that $5 million so that when they come back, when they sell the fruit in the market or they sell the fresh produce, whatever the case may be, then they can come back and clear up the credit. $7,000 credit will be made available to the hucksters. That is the progressive initiatives that this government is putting in place to help to further the development of the economy. That is what we're working on. So Dexia, Mr. Speaker, now has $5 million available for the procurement of agricultural produce on the one hand from the farmers and making that produce available to the hucksters who will not have the pressures of paying immediately for it, but going into the market, selling it, and will be able to pay on their return, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the things that the budget seeks to address, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are doing. And in the same vein, Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that the fresh produce that we put out on the market, Mr. Speaker, is marketable because it's very competitive out there. And that's where the Bureau of Standard comes in, Mr. Speaker. So the Bureau have been working, they opened up a new office in Portsmouth on the Longhouse port, so that all of the fresh produce that comes in can be inspected before it gets onto the vessel on its destination to the foreign markets. So we can make sure that we put marketable fruit on the markets, Mr. Speaker. We can compete. The whole process of certification, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Standards is helping us to certify the farms and certify the farmers so that they can produce quality fruit, because that is what made these industries successful. They had a structure from the extension officers all the way up to the inspectors at the Longhouse. Perhaps some of us even too young to remember that. And what happened is when Geese Industries left, the entire industry really was managed by the private sector, by DBMC and DBPL, and some persons tried to politicize that, and it didn't work. So right now the government has to take on the responsibility of really managing the entire industry, the entire banana industry. And that is why we are putting things in place to ensure that we make sure that quality fruit reaches the market, Mr. Speaker, because you cannot compete if you do not have quality fruit on the market, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're doing. $1 million for marketing and promotion of agricultural produce. We will get our people out there, Mr. Speaker. We will put together a team that will go into the market on a regular basis. Go into St. Martin, go into Antigua, go into those markets and find out what exactly it is that the market requires so that we can compete, Mr. Speaker. And we will invest in regional depots. So we're going to buy some cold storage, 40-foot reefers they are called, cold storage containers, Mr. Speaker, and we will place them in Antigua and in St. Martin on the port, Mr. Speaker. We'll also create ripeners, because one of the problems we find, Mr. Speaker, is when we package the bananas here, Mr. Speaker, and we send them, because of the condition of those boats, the bananas and the other fresh fruit reaches the market in substandard condition, and that has caused us to lose the market, Mr. Speaker. But with the cold storage reefers, we'll be able to pack the bananas and keep the temperature down and ship them, because now the boats are equipped to hold 40-foot containers and reefers. You plug them up so you do not break the cold chain. Also, we've spoken to our counterparts in Antigua, who will give us space on the port so that we will be able to store fresh produce in the market itself, Mr. Speaker, and make it available to the supermarkets and to the clientele, Mr. Speaker, when it is needed. That is the things that we are working on. And that is some of the things that the members of the opposition should address. That is what you all must speak about. Speak about the things that matter to the people of Dominica. Speak about the bread and butter issues, and that is what this budget is all about. The budget is geared towards cushioning the effect of the geopolitical situation in the world today. That is what the budget is geared towards addressing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and these are some of the arrangements. In white potatoes, food security, there's no reason for us not to be able to be in a position to feed ourselves. Not only with bananas, not only with passion fruit, Mr. Speaker, but white potato. We have a number of farmers around the country growing white potato and doing very well at it, Mr. Speaker. But the government is responsible for ordering the seeds. So we will order the white potato seeds, super elite seeds, Mr. Speaker. We can get these seeds here by September, distribute them to the farmers, and when you come in and pick up your seeds, Mr. Speaker, we will also make available the inputs and the fertilizers to those farmers on a credit basis, Mr. Speaker, creating jobs in the rural economy. That is what the leader of the opposition should be speaking about, Mr. Speaker. That is what he should be speaking about, not talking about goods coming in barrel and people on the side of the road. That is what the people want to hear speaking about, a production support program that will assist the farmers, that will assist the hucksters, that will assist the people in the trade of fresh produce, that will feed our people, Mr. Speaker. When he's talking about increase in food prices, Mr. Speaker, when the leader of the opposition talks about the increase in food, that is what the government is doing to cushion those effects, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to that, the farmers will know that they have a guaranteed market for their fresh produce. Everything that they can produce now, they are guaranteed, because sometimes that is what causes the farmers to get discouraged, Mr. Speaker. When they plant, Mr. Speaker, and they cannot sell, they cannot reproduce, Mr. Speaker. But the government is saying to them right now, resources are being made available so you can go into your farms. And that is what we did, after the several hurricanes that we had and the storms that we have. We immediately made assistance available to the farmers, Mr. Speaker, so that they can go back into production, Mr. Speaker. That is what we'll do. So that Dexia will concentrate on the market intelligence, Mr. Speaker, get the wood from the market, establish in the market through the Buy Dominica depots, invest $1.5 million in that. That is what the citizenship by investment resources are doing for the people of Dominica. That is where it is being spent, Mr. Speaker, in ripening rooms, cold storage facilities, vending units, Mr. Speaker, so that our produce will be available, accessible, and affordable in those markets, Mr. Speaker, so that we can compete. We can compete with the Santo Domingos who bring in produce. We can compete with Suriname who is coming into our market. We can compete with countries closer by like St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, who is threatening to take markets that are closer to us like Antigua and Guadeloupe. That is our stomping ground, Mr. Speaker. That is our ground, Mr. Speaker. So that is what we would like to hear the members of the opposition address and relate to. That is what you must speak to. And you must speak to your leader, Mr. Speaker. He's not providing the kind of leadership that we expect. I mean, you're talking about the international airport. Of course you can design your airport and raise funding. What is wrong with that? You can have your designs. All of us who have built homes know that you go and you go by an architect. You design. Even you yourself take a pencil and paper and you design and you sketch it out. I want 3 bedrooms. I want a master bedroom. I want a veranda in the east. I want a little step at the back. We design it. We take it, or we want a swimming pool, some of us. We design it. We take it to an architect. They cost it for us. Long before we go to the bank, we know what our plan is. We send it for planning approval, Mr. Speaker. And it is the same thing we have done for the airport, Mr. Speaker. We have our designs. We have our design, Mr. Speaker. We have them costed. We know what the airport will cost. And we have the monies to do the airport, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we can sign a contract, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister told us about it. The United Workers' Party and the leader of the opposition came here again today. And he said, we had 30 million euro from the EU, $25 million from Taiwan, and in-kind support from Cuba and Venezuela. Mr. Speaker, roughly 30 million euro is what? 150 million EC, and 25 million from the Taiwanese is let's say what? Maybe 75 million EC. That's what? 300 million can build an airport, Mr. Speaker? I mean, come on, let's be serious. Let's be serious. Let's be serious, Mr. Speaker. The World Bank and the IMF and the CDB told the United Workers' Party at the time that their plans were not technically and economically feasible for the building of the international airport you all wanted to build. I came to this house already and I told you that the runway had a curve. The runway in local parlance had a Ben Couché in it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is saying to the Dominican people that we should not build a 10,000 runway because he wants a shorter runway because the 10,000 runway will be too expensive. So you want to sacrifice safety, Mr. Speaker, on the altar of carelessness and recklessness. That was the character that embodied the United Workers' Party. Too expensive. The runway would be too expensive, so you're coming back again with the same thing. He said it this morning, that he wants a shorter runway because the longer runway, he wants 6,000 feet because 10,000 feet will be too expensive. People must listen, you know. I hope the Dominican people are listening because that could be a government in waiting. God forbid some mistake happen. The opposition could be in government and they have the same mindset as their ancestors in politics, Mr. Speaker. Same mindset, Mr. Speaker. You're talking about the leader of the opposition, because there was no tender process. There was no tender process. So, when the West Indies team played Bangladesh, and all of us were so proud and happy to go in the stadium and watch international cricket that we had to watch on television before, you wanted a tender process for that? And you had a tender process when you dug up the Windsor Park you met, and then you left it abandoned. People used to call it Jurassic Park in the Windsor Park. That is what they referred to Windsor Park as, on the Workers' Party. Jurassic Park. You wanted a tender process, and today you have Bangladesh. And I remember, the first international test match we had in our stadium. The member for Grand Bay used to call it the New National Stadium, he used to call it, Mr. Speaker. The former member for Marigot was sitting down, in pride, Mr. Speaker. And I said, look at that now, boy. Look at how life is, Mr. Speaker. Sit down in the stadium watching international test. You wanted a tender for that, Mr. Speaker? Which company in Dominica could tender for the building of the Windsor Park, Mr. Speaker? You wanted a tender for the West Coast Road? Huh? When the Chinese making funding available for it, and you do not have to pay back 1 black cent, Mr. Speaker. You wanted a tender for the West Coast. So that is what your leader of your opposition said this morning, Mr. Speaker. You wanted a tender for the Dominica State College, where you have every single student leaving a secondary school today can go to school in comfort, free of charge, Mr. Speaker, and get an education. When I went to what was called the Clifton Dupini Community College, only 70 of us could get in, not because the others were not capable, Mr. Speaker, not because they were not bright. There was no space for them. We cannot forget these things, Mr. Speaker, and it is this government that have made these things possible under the Dominica Labour Party, led by the Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerry. You wanted a tender for the State House, Mr. Speaker. Look at the State House. Just open the window for the members of the opposition to refresh their memories, Mr. Speaker. The grammar school, that the first portion has been built, Mr. Speaker, that's your alma mater. And I heard the Prime Minister say that is his alma mater, Mr. Speaker. And the extension that is now ongoing now. If you go there now, Mr. Speaker, earthworks are going on there now. You wanted a tender for that, Mr. Speaker. So the members of the opposition, they do not understand modern day governance, Mr. Speaker. They do not understand modern day governance. That is what we are trying to help them to do, Mr. Speaker, to understand what it takes to develop a country, Mr. Speaker. Think of the dynamic Dominica that we are creating right now. World-class health care, the Brenda Strafford Eye Care clinic that we just inaugurated there, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister quoted Dr. Ricketts. Dr. Ricketts said that is the best eye care facility in the region today, Mr. Speaker. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence, Mr. Speaker. Before this government came to office, Mr. Speaker, we did not have an intensive care unit. If somebody had an emergency, they would die because we did not have the facility to take care of them. Mr. Speaker, we had about 2 dialysis machines for the whole country. Mr. Speaker, today, the leader of the opposition is not even speaking about this thing, Mr. Speaker. Top-class housing in Dominica today, a mere 5 years after Hurricane Maria, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dominica's development prospects have never looked better in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. Have never looked better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, giving our youth the skill set. That is what the leader of the opposition, I don't know if he lives in the same Dominica I am living in, but the minister for the new digital economy will speak to it. How many people have we trained already, Mr. Speaker, online, and they have found jobs? Jobs I am hearing that is paying between 800 and 1,000 US a week. Not a month, a week in Dominica today. We have trained how many persons? 121. 121 persons are working in the comfort of their homes, Mr. Speaker, in America. In America, they're working, Mr. Speaker, for American money, Mr. Speaker. And the leader of the opposition is telling us that we haven't given the youth a chance, Mr. Speaker. The digital economy is doing just that. We want to connect all of Dominica. The same Marigot Hospital that he spoke about. It is the digital economy that will allow us to connect the Marigot Hospital to the Chinese Friendship Hospital. It is the digital economy that will help us to connect the Portsmouth Hospital when it is built to the China Friendship Hospital. So our vision is you can have a surgeon not only in Dominica, but you can have a surgeon in England and a surgeon in Dominica in one of the theater rooms working on a patient, because we put in a pacemaker the other day, Dr. Mark, we put in a pacemaker in the heart of a patient, and a constituent of mine from Portsmouth. That is what we're doing at the China Friendship Hospital, Mr. Speaker. And a surgeon in England was on his computer screen directing the surgeons and communicating with them right here at the China Friendship Hospital. Is the leader of the opposition living in the same Dominica I'm living in today, Mr. Speaker? And that is what we will do with the Portsmouth Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I came here...
20 more minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all. Mr. I came here and I really wanted to sing the praises of the Portsmouth constituency, because Portsmouth constituency, when we impact everything that this budget has for the Portsmouth constituency, Mr. Speaker, we will become a first-rate town in anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. That is what the dynamic Dominica will do. And we're not promising, Mr. Speaker. We're delivering. That's one thing about this government. We told you that Clare Harbour was going to establish themselves in Picard, Portsmouth, and create jobs. There are about 120 or so persons actively employed right now. People from Penville and Vickers and Benz and Perush are employed there. That is what I want to hear you speak about. Do not follow the leader of the opposition. Do not follow the leader of the opposition. I'm warning you. People are listening to you, my brother. I'm telling you, as a senior member of this house, I'm giving you some advice. When you come to make your contribution, do not follow the people on the front row, Mr. Speaker. I'm warning you. Okay, Mr. Speaker. So Clare Harbour has established in Picard, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am so happy, Mr. Speaker, that we have found a partner who will get the medical school going again, Mr. Speaker. That is some major news to our ears, Mr. Speaker. Some major news to our ears. And Mr. Speaker, for years, I come back to connectivity. For years, we have spoken about the establishment of services in the second term. All of the government services. And I am happy, Mr. Speaker. And again, the building has been designed. Mr. Speaker, I have a committee, an implementation committee in my constituency, and we have gone through the designs. The people in the ministry have also gone through the design, Mr. Speaker. They have looked at where the registry is going to be, where the treasury is going to be, Mr. Speaker, where the licensing department is going to be. That is what you do. You have to do it, you have to draw it, and you have to plan it. So don't listen to the leader of the opposition when he's speaking, Mr. Speaker. The sports division, inland revenue department, Mr. Speaker, the magistrates court, and there will be offices, Mr. Speaker, for the Portsmouth Town Council. We'll have an office in there because the site right now is a site that the Portsmouth Town Council used before, Mr. Speaker. So we will have a space for the Portsmouth Town Council, the mayor's office. On the top floor, we'll have a space for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, so when he comes down to the north, he can come to that office. And of course, you will have an office for the PAL rep, Mr. Speaker. The PAL rep! The PAL rep will have an office in that building, Mr. Speaker. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So that will start shortly. And if you come down, you will see that we have done a bypass road, Mr. Speaker, where we will do the bus terminal so that we can remove the buses from Borough Square and eliminate the congestion, because we have already instituted the one-way road, Mr. Speaker. in and throughout Portsmouth, Mr. Speaker, and we will do the bypass. That bypass will have a bus terminal, so buses can...
You see, because the Honorable Minister is an experienced debater, the distraction is not affecting him. But if you are doing that to him, when is your opportunity to speak? What will you do? No, but you see, you guys are trying to distract him. So continue, Honorable Minister. But I'm cautioning the members on this side.
Mr. Speaker, you see, the thing about it is we are dealing with serious issues here. And we're dealing with people's lives, Mr. Speaker. And the life of the people of Dominica is not a joke. These are very hard times, Mr. Speaker. If we speak to our neighbors, to our north and our south, Mr. Speaker, they tell you countries having some serious issues with cash flow and meeting their commitments. It's not a laughing matter. That's why I'm not interested in jokes here, Mr. That's not what the people of Portsmouth have sent me here to do, Mr. Speaker. I'm doing the work of the people. It's not a laughing matter. If the constituents of Salisbury and Marigot have sent their members to Parliament to jester, then that is a matter for them, Mr. Speaker. But the people of Portsmouth have sent me here to do a serious job on behalf of the people of the Portsmouth constituency. I am not in no jester here, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we have plans again. I have seen the designs, you have seen the drawings, Mr. Speaker. And the same company who's going to work on the administrative building is going to do our courts, our multi-purpose hard courts at the Benjamin Stop. Those courts will be covered. They will be lighted, Mr. Speaker. You'll have nice sitting accommodation for them, Mr. Speaker. The netballers who have always complained that the basketballers are pushing them out, they'll have their own court right now. And then we'll have a tennis court because we want to get into tennis. We are a cosmopolitan community. And we want to operate like that, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're into, Mr. Speaker. With our locker rooms and our... That is what this government is all about, you know, Mr. Speaker. That is what this government is all about. When we speak of the dynamic Dominica, that is what we are speaking about. Dynamism from the ground up, Mr. Speaker. From the grassroots to the administrative level, we have dynamism. Because we have a dynamic leader, Mr. Speaker. You have dynamic parliamentary representatives who have become dynamic ministers of government, Mr. Speaker. And we have dynamic advisors, Mr. Speaker, helping us to create a dynamic Dominica. That is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an athletics track. The Prime Minister commended the President of the Olympic Association, Mr. Billy Doctrove, who is a Dominican of renowned, remarkable man, Mr. Speaker, who has a vision for the development of the Olympic track. And we, as the government, we're going to help him with that. Because then again, Mr. Speaker, the Portsmouth constituency, Mr. Speaker, is noted for producing Olympians in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. We have had Jerome Romain, we have had Don Williams, Mr. Speaker, and recently we had Mr. Denick Luke from Glanville in Portsmouth, Mr. And had Denick not been tripped up that night on the 800 meters, he would have won gold, Mr. Speaker. He just won a medal in Jamaica, in the Jamaican Games, Mr. Speaker, and I believe he's part of the team going to the Commonwealth Games. So look out for Portsmouth again, Mr. Speaker. They left already? They are ready for the Commonwealth Games. Denick Luke, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very happy that athletics track in point. And there are much more exciting things to come that we have not even spoken about, you know, because I have to speak to the Minister for Energy. Mr. Minister, I saw a plan, and I don't want to reveal it here, but it is tied to geothermal energy, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very interested in that, Mr. And we'll speak about that. We'll speak about that. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag yet, Mr. Speaker. So the Portsmouth constituency, Mr. Speaker, that is some of the plans that we are working on, Mr. Speaker. And like I said, the future housing program, it was in chance in Portsmouth, you know, that the housing revolution started, you know, in chance, you know. This government, even in opposition, Mr. Speaker, when we were in opposition, we lifted 3 families. We literally lifted their homes. We put them on a truck. Bedford truck used to carry houses at the time. Bedford truck, you used to have to wet the rollers and pull the house. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to call the ladies' names, but the children are there right now. And we defied the government of the day, and we moved those houses into chance. And this government came along, and they made the lots available to them at $1 a square foot, Mr. Speaker. So when we speak about future housing, in the heights of Cotton Hill, Mr. Speaker. We are experts in the housing business in this government. And again, it was not mentioned in the budget. So, because a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, we have not put in the budget, you know. But we are working on something for the Cabrits area. I tell you, the cat out of the bag yet again. So when the future housing development will be built at Cotton Hill, we will have persons who will be able to sit in their balcony, Mr. Speaker, and sip a brandy at sunset, overlooking the Kempinski and the other developments to come in that area, Mr. Speaker. Other developments to come. Developments that we waited for, Mr. Speaker, for 50 years. When the Shanklin and Cox report was written, Mr. Speaker, it was written in 1969 or 1970, 52 or so, there about years ago, and it spoke about hotels in the Cabrits area, it spoke about a marina and other things, Mr. Speaker. Now we have Secret Bay in the Picard area, Mr. Speaker, in T-Bay, Secret Bay. And Secret Bay is possible again because of the citizenship by investment program developed and strengthened by this government, Mr. Speaker. And Secret Bay is moving from 6 villas, Mr. Speaker, to now they are doing 42 villas. So everybody in Post Office is working right now, Mr. Speaker. All the electricians, the plumbers, the persons with equipment operators, Mr. Speaker, everybody is finding employment at the Secret Bay development, Mr. Speaker. And the Travel and Leisure magazine have told you that development won the #1 prize in the world, Minister of Tourism, in the world, Secret Bay in Portsmouth. That is the vision of this government. That is where we are taking this country to, Mr. Speaker. That is where we want to go with our people, Mr. Speaker. We want to empower them, Mr. Speaker. We want to make them feel that they can stay in their country, in their homeland, and they can make a living. They can create wealth in the Commonwealth. According to the leader of the government, he spoke about the Commonwealth. We want to spread the wealth among our people so that every single person in Dominica, when we say all shall eat, it is not just a cliche, Mr. Speaker, but it is a place that we aspire to take our people to, Mr. Speaker. All shall eat under this government, and we'll continue to strive, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to do what we have to do. We know that times are hard, things are difficult, but difficult times, Mr. Speaker, will put us through the fire, Mr. Speaker, and gold is purified in the furnace of challenge. That is where gold is purified. And this government have gone through the fire of trials, Mr. Speaker. We went through the fire of trials in the aftermath of the United Workers' Party in 2002. And he speak about GDP. The leader of the opposition speaking about GDP. The effect of the GDP is on the mismanagement of the economy between 1995 and 2000, Mr. Speaker. The mismanagement of the economy when you talk about GDP. So I don't want to be sidetracked, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we are taking the people of Dominica to a place of peace, progress, and prosperity, Mr. Speaker. We are focused on the job at hand. We have the vision as outlined by the Prime Minister, and we have the resources to make that vision a reality, Mr. Speaker. And every single citizen of Dominica, rest assured that God is on our side. And when God is for you, no man can be against you. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to end my contribution to this year's budget. Thank you very much. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be suspended until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 4 p.m. this afternoon.